All right. Good morning, folks. Good afternoon if you're joining us from East Coast. I am Surabhi, founder and executive director of Vahati. Before we get started in just 2 minutes, I'd really appreciate if you could enter in the chat where you all are joining from today. Are you joining us from West Coast, East Coast, your city, state? Do let us know. I'm curious. I see some familiar faces on the call. I also see some new names on the call. Hi, Suma. Hey, thank you for joining.
Hi, Surabhi.
So just to give you a quick recap, we'll take about like first 10 minutes or so as a recap of day one, what what was the conference about yesterday, and then I will hand it off to you.
Am I audible? Is my
Yes,
sound okay?
yes, perfectly fine. Okay, we have folks joining from Pennsylvania, San Jose, Boston, Seattle, Bellingham, Shreya from Richmond. Nice. Suma is joining us from India right now. And Suma, where do you reside currently?
I'm in Kasaragod in Kerala.
In Kerala? Nice. And when you come back to the States, where's your residence in States?
I'm in New Jersey.
New
I'm in
Jersey?
Princeton, New Jersey.
Nice, nice. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Subhashini. We have Pralika joining us from Austin. Thank you. So we're waiting for one more minute to get started. And for those who joined us recently, do enter in where you are joining us from. I'd love to know that. For folks on the call, feel free to turn on your video if you wish to. I have muted everyone at the moment to make sure that when speakers are presenting or sharing their presentations, we are all able to hear it and pay attention to it. And when we start our Q&As during the session, I will allow folks to unmute themselves one by one. So we're
And
going to
as a speaker and
yeah.
and a teacher, I always like to see people's faces.
Oh yeah, that would be great. That would be great. Just a quick note from Vahati's end. So all the sessions from Vahati are recorded. We also provide those after the sessions are, over as a recording to participants or any signups. Having that in mind, if you're comfortable turning on your video, you're always welcome to, and it encourages speakers as well.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Awesome. I think at this point we can get started since we are at 10:13. And so just a quick note, myself, Sandhya, and Jane, I would appreciate if you could turn on your video as well. So folks know who are the three hosts and co-hosts for today's session. Hey. Hi. Awesome. So myself, Sandhya, and Jing, you see her name as Jing on Zoom. We are your co-hosts and hosts for today. I will be emceeing the event. Sandhya is our co-host who is coordinating with speakers and making sure they have a seamless experience. And Jane is the person who will be able to answer any questions during, in the chat about Vahati. And I'll try my best during the event is ongoing to also monitor the chat. We also have Deepthi here. Deepthi is also part of the team. So Deepthi, feel free to answer if folks have any questions. Yeah.
Hello, Suma. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepthi.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to share my screen real quick and let's get started on day two. Let me know when folks can see my screen.
Yep.
And Yeah? Okay, awesome. Does it show you the Vahati, Thrive with Vahati slideshow? Perfect, awesome. Okay, so this is what we want. So hi everyone, welcome to Thrive with Vahati, day 2 of our conference. As we all know, this was a special Women's Day conference to empower South Asian immigrant women, specifically focused on the immigrant experiences in US and how we elevate those, how we bring in mentors and guides from diverse walks of life, be it technology, be it artistic, be it entrepreneurship, and be it holistic health advice or also reproductive health for women. So day 1 was all filled with amazing events on fireside chats and panel discussions and speeches coming from all these walks of life, uniting together and presenting to us how this is a common pattern and how things can actually be improved and how we can become more resilient. And on day 2, today we are going to focus on diving deeper into a specific topic. For example, talking about the journey of a professor in AI, talking about how do we build personal branding, talking about how do we bring in that mindfulness in our daily busy lives, and many, many more topics. But today's theme is more interactive. Yesterday, folks who joined us via Zoom, they were joining a webinar, so they couldn't exactly, interact themselves. Today, we all have that option, which is the beauty of going into dive deeper sessions. I'm going to start with a quick recap of day 1 from yesterday. Our entire team has been working super hard to bring this event about. And yesterday we saw it all happen, in person. Just a quick recap of what it was about, and then I'm going to share some pictures with you. So, this is what day 1 and day 2, the panel of an entire Thrive with Vahati looks like. We had Saundarya, Magda, Sunita, Preeti, Kirti, Nitya, Chandrai, Priyadarshini, all of these folks joining yesterday. We also had Dr. Kathleen Lin join us yesterday at the event in person. And as you can see from their descriptions here, the areas were highly focused on entrepreneurship, being a CEO, being an advisor, being an engineering leader, and being an artist, a renowned artist and a CEO at the same time. And all of them sharing their vulnerable and valuable insights from their lives, their journeys, unfiltered with us and answering our questions. And it was amazing to see all of the mentors join in and share their honest reviews and opinions about life in US, life as an immigrant in US, and how it can be elevated. And moving on to the sponsors for the event. The event we actually carried out yesterday has been a journey of more than 45 days, nonstop working in the background with a team of about 17 people and volunteers around 20 to 25 just for the event yesterday and today. And we also had valuable sponsors who contributed to fueling the mission for Vahati itself. Our first sponsor, Asians at Amazon, helped us bring this event about in our inaugural Seattle Amazon building. And then it was powered by Reproductive Medicine Associates, which is specialized in the women's fertility and reproductive mechanisms. And we had Dr. Kathleen join us yesterday from this clinic and educate us on various different things to keep in mind when we are considering egg freezing by age groups, by the quality of our eggs, and so on and so forth. She will also be hosting a follow-up event along with Vahati, where we will dive deep into lots of quality questions we gathered from that event and make sure that we answer them in depth. We also have a workshop sponsor, Sankhparth, coming in today. That is about nervous system coaching. We also had a lot of community partners. Strength Access is physical fitness training in Bellevue, Seattle. And VPurpose is an AI tech-based solution for nonprofits, small businesses, which helps them bring their businesses about in an accelerated and streamlined way. MindBodyZone has been around for, I guess, more than 18 years at this point, and in the spectrum of mindfulness and awareness between the mind and the body, offering different sessions and classes. We also have them coming in later today. We had a music performance from Mehfil X Mehfil Nights, who are super, super popular in Seattle for their intimate music nights, Mehfil Nights. And our community partner, Unshackled Green Card Incorporation, who is by far the largest community of immigrants I know of, educating immigrants on visa and their options while they navigate life in US. We are also supported by Future Force, another social impact-based organization in Seattle. They've been our greatest support from day one, along with our board members and advisory members, and they drive projects which are specifically focused on creating social impact. So it was an amazing collaboration and amazing support coming in from so many different organizations, and Vahati is thankful and grateful to have all of this support brought in such a short time since we started. I'm going to go real quick on the agenda. So we had a keynote, which was Call to Strength for South Asian expat women. We also had panel discussion around resilience and entrepreneurship. As we know, there are so many ups and downs in the whole journey of entrepreneurship and a high risk, high reward mechanism. Preeti and Sunita filled us in on how their journey looked like back in the days when they started and how it looks like today. Then we also had a talk about perceptions versus perspectives. And Magda helped us understand, helped us be educated on how our greatest ally is already inside of us. We don't need to keep looking outside and be influenced by the forces outside at all times. We need to introspect, retrospect, and bring the strength from within us. After that, we also had a fireside chat from a multifaceted creative journey. And by multifaceted, I truly mean it. We had Chandrai Bhattacharya join us, who is a renowned Kathak dancer, who's also CEO at Virtually. And she was filling us in on her early days of struggle and how she persevered through it and how her mindset and confidence level essentially changed through all that journey and how she's grateful about that today. It was amazing to hear her insights being so authentic and vulnerable in a room full of people, and also knowing that the leaders and mentors we look up to have been through their journeys and things they've learned. It was a great experience hearing it from them. We also had Saundarya join us from Australia virtually, who shared her rising through immigration challenges story. So the story behind her being in US, going to India, getting an O1 visa, and then continuing her founder and author journey today. It's inspirational to hear it from her on how she started as an engineer and then pivoted to being a founder and an author, and share her real insights about how we get the basics wrong, most of us, and then we try to shoot for high ambitions, and how going back to those insights has helped us and helped her. We had a panel discussion on breaking barriers in technology leadership by Nitya, Priyadarshini, and Kirti Surya. All of the amazing leaders been in the industry for more than 15 to 20 years each, and everyone sharing their honest opinions and thoughts about what does it mean to be vulnerable, even when you are in a tech lead role or even when you are in an executive role, and how being vulnerable is different from being weak. In fact, it shows a sign of courage and strength. We also talked about lots of open-ended topics like dress for success. Is that a myth or is that true? We talked about how does career ladder look like in tech and what were their experiences back when they started and how does it look like today, given all the recent DEI shifts we've had in respective corporate offices. After that, we had a panel discussion with Dr. Kathleen Lin, who is an award-winning reproductive endocrinologist since 2018. And she's part of the RMA Fertility Clinic now in Seattle and Bellevue. And she was educating us on the do's and don'ts of egg freezing, how to make it happen successfully, what are the common traits or unknowns that South Asian women have in US, having worked with more than 2,000 patients in the past 2 to 3 years herself. She's had an extensive understanding of the culturally adept conversations or gaps we have in South Asian women and how to fill those in. And the day ended with a beautiful music conference, beautiful music concert with Mehfil Nights and Mehfil X, with Tejas joining us from their team. Last but not the least, I want to share some beautiful, beautiful moments from yesterday's event. I have some pictures fresh coming in from our Seattle journey, and later we will also share some pictures from our California chapter that just started today. So Seattle was our inaugural event. Seattle is also the headquarters of Vahati, and we had all the panelists and speakers, moderators, and more than an audience of 100 people join us in the conference room yesterday at Seattle. Some beautiful moments. This is where Preeti and Sunita were sharing their journey in entrepreneurship and also talking about the confidence and mindset, how that plays a role, how tenacity and perseverance plays a role. We had Kirti join us from Portland. She drove all the way from Portland to support us for the tech panel. We also had Deepti, who is our team member and has been the biggest sponsorship and partnership and bringing in the mentors advocate in Vahati. I also want to share real quick some other moments. We had Magda. Magda joined us as a holistic health advisor to educate people on the difference of perceptions and perspectives and how that affects our mental health as well. What's the connection between biology and psychology in that space? These are some beautiful moments we captured from yesterday's event. We had Chandrei join us on the right side of the picture here. She is the Kathak dancer and also CEO at Virtually, bringing in amazing events virtually all over different regions. We had Nitya join us for the tech panel as well, ending up with a beautiful team picture over here. We had many, many amazing volunteers who brought this event to life yesterday, and I'm thankful and grateful for all their support. It means a lot. It was a very smooth event yesterday with all the participants and volunteers helping each other out. And to end with the size of the group we had at the end of the day, with all the supporters, with all the participants and volunteers, it was just amazingly incredible to see everyone come together and happily share the space with other folks, chat with other folks, and uplift each other. So with that being said, I'm gonna pause here. I have so many more things to say at the same time. Now is the time for Dr. Suma Bhat to join us and start with her journey. I'm gonna pause on my screen share. Let me know when you can see me back. Okay. And I want to actually start with a quick introduction for our first ever discussion and speaker presentation today with Suma Bhat. Suma is an assistant professor in electrical and computer engineering at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, with an appointment in the Faculty of Computer Science at Princeton University. Her innovative work bridges natural language processing, NLP, and human AI interaction, focusing on enhancing social aspects of language understanding and developing educational tools through interdisciplinary collaborations with physicians and social scientists. Recognized for excellence in research and teaching, Suma has earned honors such as the Ronald Pratt Outstanding Teaching Award and Beckman Postdoctoral Fellowship. She's a polymath beyond academia. She speaks 12 languages at varying proficiency levels. Kudos to you, Suma. I don't know how you do that. And she nurtures a passion for sustainable living through vegetable gardening. So again, I think a common pattern I see with all the mentors joining us is how they're not only excelling at the things they do, but even outside of their day job or work, how they've nurtured different passions and different creative journeys. And one thing that keeps coming back is everyone sharing how having that multifaceted way of life also actually contributes back to the proficiency of what we do on a daily basis. So Suma, Dr. Suma, I hand this over to you, and please take away. I'm going to mute everyone else, including myself now, and you will be able to present in the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Surabhi. Thank you, Sandhya and Anu, for coordinating this, for inviting me here. This is such an amazing event to see so many of us come together here for a common cause. And the diversity is just amazing. And I've just put together a small, just a collection of slides, but I think I'm going to be speaking through most of it. So, I don't have much content here, but I just wanted to say something about the title that I chose, which sort of speaks hand in hand with Vahati, the name that we chose for this organization. Vaha in Sanskrit, the root is to flow. And here I just wanted to tie the different topics that you guys suggested into this bundle title, which is flow. How do we flow through challenges? And for me, I just want to lay out some of the challenges, quote unquote challenges that I had, and how I flowed through them. I flowed through them and flew over them. And so here I am, just categorizing the broad themes of today of my talk here. And then there'll be some overlap, not necessarily mutually exclusive, but here I go. So part of my early memories in life include thinking how I would call my mom Amma, while people around me called their mothers Mama. I was born and raised in part in Venezuela, about 150 degrees on the other side from India. And India is where my parents grew up. So I would constantly traverse these two worlds, India and Venezuela, whose only intersection was my parents. And so my father was a faculty member at a famous university in Venezuela, which is what took us there. And Indians were very, very few in number, about countable with the two hands. And you can imagine this was a monolingual Spanish environment with very few Indians. The Consul General of India in Venezuela would write us handwritten Diwali greeting cards. This was back then. So fast forward a few years, when my parents decided, that they should raise us amidst the rich heritage in which they grew up. So we moved to India. So that's the arrow here that I show, where we moved from Venezuela to India to be raised in Karnataka, where I went to school. And I found myself in a classroom where I was grappling with a culture that was at the same time alien and familiar. The familiarity was that my classmates looked like me, and with the similar colored hair like me, skin color like me, something that was totally different. I was a minority in a classroom. As you all can imagine, right? A child has a very different way of looking through this, coping with this, and somehow adapting to this environment. What was alien to me, though, was that I was learning as part of my curriculum Sanskritam, English, Kannada, Hindi, and then people around me. I grew up in the Manipal area, Manipal in Karnataka, where people speak Tulu and Konkani around me, right? So this is such a rich polylingual environment. And here I was, a monolingual Spanish speaker. It was just, it was simply stated, it was a very difficult time. But the adapting part of me said, hey, you know what? You can do it. Well, I was young enough to. I was 10 by the time I went to the school, and well, I adapted. It was by immersion. Little by little, the Spanish receded, and I was speaking Kannada, switching to all these languages in a curricular environment. And very soon we found ourselves enrolled in different extracurricular activities, music, dance, etc., and etc. And frankly speaking, I'm not sure what the counterfactual would have been. Had we remained in Venezuela, what would have happened? However, having chosen to live in India, I found myself immersed in STEM subjects. I really enjoyed doing math, doing science, and so on. And I chose to pursue the science track, which we all do, right? Coming from India, we choose a track, whether it's humanities, be it science or commerce. That happens late in secondary school. And here I was choosing science. Eventually, this took me to the Indian Institute of Science, where I was pursuing a Master of Engineering degree in electrical engineering. Years later, I emigrated a second time to another culture, one that we are all familiar with, one that has now become my karma bhumi. This is not too far from my Janma bhumi, my birthplace in Venezuela. So this is North America in the United States. And here, when I talk about the multiple cultures, I talk about the multiplicity of human cultures. As we saw, the culture in Venezuela with the Spanish immigrants. Venezuela is a younger country compared to the United States in terms of immigrants from Spain who came, conquered, and subdued the natives, and they became the rulers of Venezuela. So moving from that culture to the rich heritage of India, and then moving to Venezuela, to the United States, which has a very, very different culture, economically, meritocratically, academically, industrially, in all these spheres. And then I want to talk about the disciplinary cultures. So from basic sciences, which is what I really enjoyed. I enjoyed doing physics, I enjoyed math, to engineering, which was, where we talk about trade-offs, we talk about speed, performance, rather than precision, and foundational explanations of the world around us, right? Which is what happens in sciences. Here I was thinking about engineering. And by then, my love for languages was beginning to show itself. So not only was I raised in a polylingual environment, I enrolled myself in a German class. And then when I moved to the Bay Area, working with Motorola, I enrolled in a French lesson and so on. And then I said, you know what? I gave up my job at Motorola and I said, I'm at the university. My husband was a PhD student at UC Berkeley. And I said, I think I should make use of this academic environment. And I enrolled in a master's program, this time in linguistics. And here again, this was a disciplinary culture that is so different from what I had seen until then. As we all know, growing up in India, the humanistic discipline, the humanities, do not ever cross with the engineering discipline or the STEM disciplines. But I found myself really enjoying this crossover to humanities in the 2 years of my master's program, which somehow brought me a foundation to the few languages that I spoke. And guess what? This was also the time when Google came came to be formed as a company, and they were into processing natural language, right? Search was powered by this intent to process natural language, the quest for information. And of course, organizing documents, indexing them, all of this involved processing natural language. And so this was the time when also natural language processing came to be an engineering discipline. And of course, AI was just, when I was doing my master's, we had AI as a subject, which I took. And that's when we studied Boltzmann machines. And the first order logic, of course, Boltzmann machine is what brought this year's Nobel Prize in physics, right? And we learned Hopfield network. So all of this was foundational AI that we were learning, but nothing as big as the transformation that AI has seen through the years now. So here I was in a crossover or a flow through disciplinary cultures as well. And this was also the time when I met my Suhrit. Suhrit in Sanskrit to mean a good friend, someone who shares your thoughts, your intellectual interests. And this was someone who became my best friend for life, my husband. And he is an engineer by training, but he also embodies his penchant for the classical Sanskrit language. He really enjoys poetry, and then both of us just enjoy Sanskrit, reading Sanskrit, and just talking about all the poetry, all the imagery, all the figurative language that happens, and how many of these things are so universal that they just transcend time, and they're so relevant even today. So that is the humanistic aspect that we bring to our lives that I just enjoy doing. And this is something that has brought me through AI. And so from the intro to AI that we saw during my master's to through my penchant for languages, that brought me to do a PhD in natural language processing, where we work with languages and adapting computationally linguistic processes to be processed using algorithms. So this was a very nice confluence of algorithms, the understanding of language, linguistic processes, all together in my PhD, which is just fantastic. And then I said, you know what? I've done so much, and so let me take on a faculty position, which comes so naturally to me as a way to do research, to interact with the young minds in a classroom setting, to teach them something that is totally new. So why is this new? Well, we've all learned, the domain, the disciplines of science, of humanities, etc. But these have been handed over to us, right? So this is something that we went through even in high school. However, AI is so new that we are now creating the curriculum for undergraduates, but but there is a gap in instruction when it comes to high school. We don't see much of AI in high school and in middle school and lower levels. And that has brought me to social entrepreneurship, where I said, let me introduce high school students to this fantastic world of data science and AI. And that is what brought me and my master's classmates. So we founded Dia Research, a nonprofit organization where we conduct summer camps that introduce students to programming, data science, and AI. And then, of course, my research, as was mentioned in the introduction, I enjoy interacting and doing research in an interdisciplinary environment, which really is about trying to understand, trying to take their perspective, and then together solving something that is that's a common objective between people that are collaborating. So that's fascinating to me, and that's again across culture. Right, so we see each other's culture with respect. We respect each other's culture, but we flow together. And now on to the challenges as a South Asian. Of course, this is something that we all understand, and it's not something unique to me. So we live in a country as very, very far from India. Our parents are aging in India, and here we are raising our children in the United States by ourselves, which is frankly pretty unusual for the number of people that we are in the United States. However, the thing that keeps us going is the mutual support that we have between me and my husband. I could not have done this, the traversing between countries across the world. Me and my husband, we take turns between us in spending time with our parents. It's not just when they get old that we spend time, but we want to spend time with them, and which is what we do. Spending time with them when they're cognitively able, when they're physically able. And so that is something that I don't call it a challenge. I call it an opportunity for us to grow old together. And something that is also a challenge in being in South Asia, like I say, as coming from a rich heritage, is how do we create such an environment for our children? Which is something that, I struggle, I used to struggle when I was in Illinois with a smaller community of Indians compared to what we have in New Jersey. And so that has been a culture shock for me. I'm just getting oriented and used to the novelty of a cultural attunement when we come to New Jersey. It's something that I want to get myself attuned to. So I don't want to call it a challenge, something as a personal difficulty, but nonetheless, I think it is something that we all contend with, and something that I'm sure has been alluded to, and I hope to hear or to talk more about it, as we discuss. Finally, this was a request by the organizers to talk about the advice for entry into AI. Well, AI is flowing like a river, right? Becoming richer, becoming mixed with many other rivers, other areas, other minerals. There might be toxic effluents coming into it. Whether we are aware or unaware of these things, this is reality, and it is time for us to become more aware than we were before. And clearly, this has given rise to several opportunities in multiple sub areas, be it computer vision, be it language processing, be it cross-lingual transfer. So much of natural language processing has been developed for English. And of course, we all come from a polylingual culture, such as India. And language technology has not been brought to the several languages that we speak in India. And so that is a big challenge, big research challenge. If that is of interest, I'm happy to talk to you. And so while I speak so many languages, I am itching to bring language technology to at least a few of the languages that I speak, at least from a research standpoint, if not to an application standpoint in the near future. And so that is something that I want to bring to our youngsters, saying, hey, you know what, there is a lot of opportunity in this very rich area of AI, whether it is computing, algorithm discovery, hardware, new networks, new and richer deep neural architectures, bringing language technology to newer languages, trying to understand the intricacies of languages. It's not just transferring one technology to the other. It has to be done in a culturally congruent manner. It's not enough for us to translate data sets from English to Hindi or Kannada or Tamil or Telugu. It has to be done in a way that the transfer is appropriate, the technology is appropriate to the milieu where it's going to be used. We have to find the right applications for our people to use these technologies. So we just cannot say, just because there is AI and its applications in the United States, we need to bring them to India too, right? So there are, and it's not just India. There are multiple languages being spoken in other parts of the world where this richness needs to spread. And so here I am with this cross-lingual transfer and cross-lingual interest and other cultural aspects, right? As we all know, large language models suffer with adapting to a new culture. And we are especially people who have traversed these cultures are the ones that should be especially bent on, especially interested and invested in adapting large language models to new cultures. And with that, I would like to thank everybody for hosting this fantastic session. I'm truly privileged to share my journey, my short journey, but very interesting. I'm very proud of my journey, and I really look forward to whatever is, whatever lies in front of me. Thank you very much. And any questions or discussion points are welcome.
Absolutely. First of all, thank you so much. It's a unique combination of how a researcher interested in not just like multiple languages, but bringing that back into their active area of research and active area of profession. And it's very refreshing to see, to be very honest, like in this AI era where we see new applications popping out like every single day, to the point that it's been hard to keep track. Also understanding the research that goes behind the NLP and AI, and where it comes from. It's refreshing to know that. It's also amazing to know how your journey started from Venezuela, then to India, then coming to US. So you are almost, it's kind of like you're a two-time immigrant, if I may say, put it that way, right? It's great having you here, Dr. Suma. It's amazing to have you as a mentor, not just from a standpoint of being a professor of AI, but also from a standpoint of understanding the immigration and what it brought and how it shaped your journey in your life. Thank you for sharing that. We'll be taking Q&A. So if folks have questions, feel free to unmute yourself, come on camera, ask away, or if you want to type it in the chat, please go ahead and type in the chat. Any way is fine. Today is pretty informal and interactive by design. So we have a question. How do we get involved with your nonprofit? Sma, for you, I would love to be in the field of NLP.
Thank you. If it's involving with my nonprofit, please send me an email. I'll just put it here. Info at the research.org. Please send me an email and just mention my name and that you met me in Vahati. We can follow up. I'll be happy to share ways in which you can be involved.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we talk a little bit about, I'm curious myself, so I have one question. Could you give us a quick brief on Diya research? I know you touched upon what it does, a little bit of like history and what it's doing currently.
Yeah, sure. This was a COVID project of ours. So it was a way for me and 4 other of my master's degree from IISc classmates to stay in touch. And then we said, some of their kids were our high school kids at that time. They said, "Hey, Suma auntie, can you recruit me in your lab?" And I said, you know what? This is a fantastic way for classmates to stay in touch. And why don't we create a platform, an opportunity for our own children to do research? And that's how Diya research was born. And very soon we found there are other kids who like to do that. So So we said, okay, let's have more children, let's have more tracks. And then we had a bootcamp track where we do Python, we do data analytic parts of Python, which is pandas, we do visualization, and we take publicly available data sets, of which there are so many. And then we help kids in high school make sense of data. And this is what helps kids turn a belief into a fact, right? So it's not, when you analyze data and you really visualize things, it really helps them understand the world around them better. Rather than just relying on hearsay, they actually see their world come alive, right? So we help them ask research questions of data. We help them, okay, how do you interpret the data that you have? It could be through simple things like scatter plots, trying to understand correlations, trying to understand that correlation is not causation, trying to understand the different factors in a linear regression. So all of these are just empowering them. And then we tell them, there are so many social questions, social problems that you can try to analyze a little bit and then think about solutions for that. It could be things that are in your school. It could be, at that point it was COVID. And looking at what is the impact of online learning on learning outcomes. There are many data sets on that, and students really like to analyze this, whether it is inequity in the society, whether it is homelessness, whether it is climate change. We help them ask research questions and analyze data sets to answer these research questions, which is a fantastic opportunity for them to just take their learning beyond what they see in the classroom.
That's so cool. So the primary audience for the nonprofit in terms of like folks who contribute in projects was founded from the perspective of involving high school students into these projects early on and giving them an opportunity to play around whatever their ideations would be, like, right? Create that into the fact. That's so amazing. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that.
Exactly. And for us, it's a virtuous cycle too. I mean, not necessarily cycle, but our alumni then become their RTAs. So it's an opportunity for them to support our cause and then say, hey, you know what, I want to teach. And then these are kids who are doing very well after that. They enjoy doing a TA role. And they're not necessarily the lead TAs, but they'll be assisting our lead TAs who are graduate students. And so it's a really nice ecosystem where all of everyone who participates flourishes. So it's a wonderful opportunity that we create.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
And those of you who are interested, whether it's for your own children or your friends' children, or for whatever reason, look at the summer offerings that we have. We have a host of programs. drresearch.org. You'll find more details there.
Thank you so much. Just sharing.
I had a question. Yeah. So I was always curious about like the say the ethical aspects of like AI plus language, right? Like the bias and the fairness that we have. Like does it get skewed like when say like the Google is doing NLP, or like I know like all these big systems like the ChatGPT, which is using language in so many forms, right? Do we have like biases, say, towards Hindi, Sanskrit, or like Japanese, like all of this? Like, how do you view that? Yeah.
Interesting. I'm not sure if we have evidence bias against a language per se, but there is definitely bias against the speakers of a language.
Okay.
Like, for example, a Hindi speaker or a Japanese speaker, or even nationality.
Mm-hmm.
For example, when they query large language models on whether something is appropriate for a person of a country, for a person from a given country of origin, it can say yes, of course it's appropriate, and then you just modify the country of origin, and it says nope, that's not right. And it's traditionally it's traditionally favoring United States, citizens of United States, and not so much for citizens of the other
Yeah.
country, which is a very, very bad thing, right? So
Mm.
morally, ethically,
Mm.
and there is very little cultural exposure. So if we talk about maybe dosa is okay, but if we talk about idiyappam or something that is
Yeah.
very
Lesser
culturally
known
specific,
foods. Yeah.
yeah, it wouldn't be able to generalize to these cultural artifacts of a country, primarily because of the representational scarcity. We don't have too many instances where instances in English that talks about idiyappam or the recipe or how it is tasty and things like that, right?
Mm.
How it is something that is rich and something very culturally specific, right? So the
Okay.
cultural grounding is largely missing in significant ways in large language models. And that is where much of the research is happening, much of the advances are, uh, are being made today. So people are looking at many aspects of culture in what's lacking in today's large
Okay.
language
Is
models.
this also something their research does, like helping in Hindi, Sanskrit, like improving the natural language processing in these Indian
Not
languages?
yet, not yet. Our students are primarily from the United States. Our
Okay.
high school students from the United States. Although we did pilot one such data science unit in India, in Karnataka. But then the I don't want to call these market forces, but the curricular forces are very different in
Mm.
India compared to the United States. So that has prevented the broader proliferation compared to what's the interest that govern our activities in the United States. So I
Awesome.
think primarily I would like to say
Yeah.
that the programs are offered for
English
United
speaking.
States kids, and
Yeah.
they're all online. So for us, it's been very easy to operate. We're all, the five founders are geographically located in diverse areas in the United States. And so it's easy for us to engage with the kids over the summer, especially sometimes when I'm traveling. And then for the kids, it's also easy. They come from, Arizona, Texas, Washington, California, New Jersey. And so all
Yes.
parts of the country, it's really fantastic for us to engage them.
Very interesting. Yeah. I think we have more questions from the audience in the chat. Surabhi, do you? Okay.
You can carry on.
Okay. So there's one from Yash. So with the boom of NLP and LLMs, so he's curious to understand how it affects computer vision and image processing. And yeah, how is like, I think basically it's like visual and language. Like, what is the next big problem in computer vision and NLP, natural language processing?
Yes. So today we have vision language models, which is combining visual signals with with the language signal, right? So we have vision language models being trained, not just for images, not just for image and caption, but also videos, right? You can do video search. We can do video question answering, which is you ask a question of about something that happened in the video, and you can get that snippet. You can get an answer related to that snippet, that frame in the video. Of course, it's not perfect yet, but that's where the area is heading. And I'm not an expert in computer vision, but based on my readings, people are um, focusing on embodied cognition, right? So can a model look around itself and try to learn about the world around it? Making sense of the world around it, just the way humans learn about the world around them by not just speaking, but also seeing, right? So that seems to be the frontiers of AI. And of course, reasoning in the presence of all these signals, right? So there is speech, there is language, there is text, and then there is vision.
Mm.
Putting all of these together is what people are looking at
Very interesting.
a very, very high level, right? 30,000
Yeah.
feet level.
Hmm. I think one last question, which I'm sure everybody will be curious about, like say, I think this their research is a great thing for how kids can start learning AI, and so with this happening, so across the workforce, and a lot of the people right now here are professionals who want to start using AI and be up to date. So what are the simple projects that we could do, which is not too much, for us to start getting introduced to AI? And how you would recommend anyone who's working in a professional setting to make some time to learn more about AI itself?
Yeah, there are many resources today, right?
Yeah.
You can do no code options to do AI. So there are modules that you can just turn the crank. You give some input. Of course, you need to know what data you want to give. You can do. There are sentiment analyzing black boxes that you can just talk to or even type something into, and you can say, okay, give me the sentiment of this, of what I spoke, right? So you can do sentiment analysis. You can analyze reviews for positive, neutral, or negative. There are black box models for many of these aspects. Um, the simple word clouds, right? They are very simple text analytic tools, and you can make sense of what is being highlighted in a large body of text just by looking at word clouds. So there are many ways in which you can take baby steps, and hopefully those things kindle our interests in AI, and that prompts us to learn further. And then you can move to the low code option. There are several blogs that give you the snippets. You can even ask ChatGPT to give you a small code snippets. Of course, if you're new to programming, that might be a challenge. But there are many blogs that give you a gentle introduction to programming in Python and then getting into AI.
Yeah.
And of course, you can get the deep dive through, again, there are many learning resources to get a deep dive into programming open source models, and then putting them together into doing something very useful, right? People have startups and so on. So there's a natural progression, beginning with small baby steps of no code options to low code, and then finally deep dive code.
Got it. So can you recommend like a few resources for people to get into?
I don't have them handy now, but I'll be happy to follow through with some
and we will
resources.
add it in our newsletter if you can just share it.
I will.
Because I think this is something that's definitely everybody is very curious about. And if you can just add like some 5 resources that people can just get started with understanding what is NLP and this one. A
Sure.
beginner's guide. And Deepti, we can't hear you.
Sadhya, do we have time for one more question?
I think we can do one last one.
Okay. Suma, thank you so much for walking through the journey. It's amazing to know how you kind of connected your life experiences with actual career choices and, applying now into LLMs and AI. You mentioned something about how AI is actually like flowing like a river and adding minerals, but at the same time, it can muddy the water. I would love to know what all, maybe if you could give us a high level about where do you think or what's your perspective about how can it muddy the water or how can it be a curse? Yeah.
Well, the toxicity, I think you've heard about this already, right? That generative AI has one of its weaknesses is that it doesn't know how to say I don't know, right? So by its very nature of generation, which is a probabilistic nature, right? So it's trained to predict the next word, and by that very virtue, it has to generate a word with a non-zero probability. All right, and because of that, and then combining with all the parameter mixing that happens, it tends to hallucinate. And what do I mean by hallucination? That means there's a question for which it doesn't know the answer, but it just creates an answer. And the confidence with which it predicts, it gives the answer, makes someone believe that that is the answer, which it is not in many instances, it's not. And so depending on who is asking the answer, asking the question, the answer can be misguided, right? So that is one. The second is the toxicity. Of course, much of it has been pruned, has been cleaned by now with guardrails and with the specific post-training algorithms. There is less toxicity, but then people still observe these things come to the fore when you play a large language model with a specific persona. So let's say you ask it to behave like a journalist. Very soon it starts spewing, toxicity. And so there is toxicity in the generative aspect of language, which is unfortunate. But then people are really working on that, and that is to a large extent also part of the data set that was fed into the large language models. Of course, today there are large language models where the data is clean. And even then there are these other aspects of sycophancy, which is a model not being trustworthy. So sometimes, let's say you ask it to become like a counselor.
Mm-hmm.
It acts like a counselor when you ask a question, but very soon it acts like a peer. So it doesn't hold on to the persona in a sustained and consistent manner.
Got it.
And so you can't expect it to be a trustworthy counselor all along a conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is a bad thing.
Okay.
So again, people are observing all of these things in multiple applications and research settings. And so it's not really ready for prime time, real-time applications in diverse settings, not at all.
That's very
And
interesting because if I work for a company where we do mobility data insights, and we are trying to use this AI models to kind of predict traffic and then crashes and incidents, and knowing that AI may not be always right? And we are providing this data to millions of people too, right? So knowing that there could be errors in the data, or it may not be predicting the data as it needs to, it's interesting to know how careful we should be or cautious we should be when utilizing this and applying it, 100% without curation.
yeah, and as fathers of AI, Nobel Prize winning scientists have predicted. Right now, it's good as a human, as a tool that augments human ability, but it's not ready for autonomy yet.
Mm-hmm.
So there's definitely much more research to be done before we can deploy it autonomously.
Thank you so much. That was super helpful.
No problem. You're welcome.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hey, Suma, thank you so much again. Just a quick context beyond how we reached out to Suma and how quickly she was on board when she heard the resilience concept behind Vahati's mission. We reached out to Suma fairly recently when we found out, hey, we have one of our own diaspora leaders in the education industry, so close to NLP and AI research. And she is currently in India. So she joined, it's almost midnight your time, and I really appreciate that you decided to join us. She made this effort because she understood Vahati's resilience mission in about like 5 minutes, and she was like, yes, I'm on board. Please let me know when do I come in, and I'll be happy to guide people who join Vahati. So thank you once again. It really means a lot to us. And with that being said, we'll stay in touch. I'm also going to include the information about Diya research in our upcoming newsletter, so folks who are interested can reach out to you. Thank you, Samantha.
Thank you. Awesome.
Awesome. All right. Let me try sharing my screen one more time. Give me 1 second. Okay, folks on the call, can someone confirm if you're able to see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Hi. So next up, we have a very unique but a very, very important topic to discuss. We have Sangeeta Parthasarathi here with us on the call. Sangeeta, can you hear us?
Yes, I can indeed.
Awesome. Hey, it's great to have you here. And again, letting folks know, even Sangeeta onboarded to our mission, and she has been, in fact, working closely with South Asian folks and helping them with their regulation for so long. She understands the depth, even psychologically as well as psychosomatically. So when she heard about the conference we are hosting, she was very, very excited to help us understand and educate on her expertise and her knowledge. So Sangeeta is today with us to discuss about four forces, one body. She is going to talk to us about patriarchy, attachment, feminism, immigration in the nervous system, all of this combined together in one package. I know this talk is going to be sort of like punch packed and quick paced. Just a quick intro about Sangeeta to the rest of the audience we have here. She is a nervous system coach and a founder of South Asian Somatics, specializing in helping first generation immigrant women leaders reconcile cultural identity, professional ambition, and personal fulfillment all together. She is a Harvard Medical School and MIT educated professional. She has been recognized among the top 100 global healthcare leaders, and she co-founded the Chennai Birth Network. Her work is deeply informed by her own experiences, including a transformative home birth, driving her mission to help professionals heal power dynamics and nurture authentic connections in all aspects of life. When I had the first chat with Sangeeta about Vahati, and I knew that, she also had been following Vahati's updates along the way. It was so exciting to connect on so many levels with you, Sangeeta. Just being an immigrant, again, a South Asian immigrant, and also understanding that there are people in the spectrum who recognize the importance of resilience and how it impacts our body altogether. So excited to have you here again. And without spending more time, I'm going to give the stage to you now.
Surabhi, thank you so much. I am super excited to be here with all of you. And, when Surabhi reached out, I was like, wow, this is almost just a perfect fit. So today's 45 minutes. So I know this topic is vast and we can spend 4 years on this topic and we have 45 minutes. And my goal here is for us to resonate, educate, obviously, but also do a bit more than that. Some parts might be a teensy bit uncomfortable. But, the goal here essentially is to have a safe space where we can hopefully have a conversation that is both emotionally deep as well as psychoeducation. So, all right, let me share my screen and let's get out to it. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
You're not seeing yourselves, are you?
We see your screen.
Okay, cool. All right. So my name is Sangeeta. My name is Sangeeta. I'm the founder of South Asian Somatics. Today, we're going to explore how patriarchy, attachment, feminism, and immigration uniquely impact South Asian nervous systems, especially for female, high-achieving, first-generation immigrant. It's an extraordinary niche, I know. And that's why I was so excited to meet Surabhi, and I'm very excited to meet all of you here today. I essentially created this framework because it didn't exist. Nothing like this existed. And yeah, I'm super excited to share this with you today. Bit about me. I was born and raised in India. Achievement orientation. The journey took me to BITS Pilani, master's in computer science, a career in SaaS, startups, worked my way up, customer success, account management, sales, culminating in strategic pre-sales at Adobe, global fast-paced, very box standard, I think, in the Indian immigrant experience. But there was a parallel journey going on. My own journey to inquire about all of this began with the birth of my own children. After that, I became a birth doula. And it sparked a lot of interest in how we process the stress and trauma. I always say that there is so much similarity between the birth room and the boardroom. And that work took me to studying with Dr. Stephen Porges, Dr. Deb Dana, Dr. Peter Levine, and many others. And what I noticed was that despite the effectiveness of all of these approaches to nervous system, they didn't account for the uniqueness of the female brain chemistry and neurobiology, as well as the immigration as a big event on the nervous system, as well as the fast-paced intellectual nature of this immigrant, experience. And, it makes us successful, but it also disconnects us from our bodies. There's this pressure to be the model minority, and we have all the perfect storm for, long-term dysregulated nervous systems. And that's what we're going to explore today. Okay, so the plan is, I hope you can see this. We're going to do a little bit of understanding of nervous system basics. We're going to go into these forces. We're going to talk about how it impacts the body. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about my framework, okay? And as you can see here, I would love to connect individually with each of you, and understand, what resonated or didn't. So, all right. Now, some of you might have seen, are you able to see all of this? Or is it being...
Now it is clear. Yes, the previous slide was a little bit blurry.
Okay, hold on a second. I think I need to move this to where okay. Yeah, this is fine. Cool. So, the two green lines here, that is our window of presence or tolerance. And that's where we function effectively. The green line that you see, now sympathetic is the mobilizing part of our nervous system, and the parasympathetic is the rest and digest. And in a functional nervous system, we're in the green, we're doing resting, and that goes on like that. What happens is that a lot of times when we're stuck with chronic stress, and this is different from, I have a meeting due in a week, so this week has been slightly more stressful than the others. I'm talking about, what we call big T, like visa anxiety, for example, is a 15 to 20 year pattern on the nervous system, right? So these are chronic activations. So that's what, we define here. So as you can see, when we're in this window, we can think clearly, connect with others, respond appropriately to challenges. But over a period of time with chronic stress, for us South Asian women, the window itself becomes narrower, as you can see here. And then we bounce between hyperarousal, which is the fight, flight, the anxiety, panic attack, always on, plan B, plan C, plan D, plan Z, and or the hypoarousal, which is freezy in nature, where there's numbness, disconnection, and the three S's, the sugar, screen, shopping. Okay. Now, this is another way to look at our nervous system as a ladder. Now, in the top of the ladder, the green, is your ventral vagal state. Ventral means the front of the face, social engagement. This is the piece that develops when we're born through attuned caregiving. This is where you feel safe, connected, creative. Now, if this is threatened in any way, we go one step down the ladder, and this is where there's danger. And then if it doesn't get resolved, we go further down into dorsal vagal, which is the life threat, right? So that's where we shut down. What's fascinating is how we South Asian women tend to navigate this ladder. Now, many of us have learned to function, like our home away from home tends to be here in the orange zone. Always alert, always high achieving. And we've been taught that this ventral vagal, which is the rest, play, connection, must be earned through productivity. We also often experience the dorsal collapse around authentic expression. Voice gets quieter during conflict. But so the traditional ways of looking at this is to say that this needs to be your biological or autonomic home where you're spending a lot of time. And that when we find ourselves here or here, we find reliable ways to come back. However, many of us have learned to figure this is a mid state called the functional freeze, where we're going through life's motions, getting the kids to school, doing the, whatever needs to be done, but not really there because the handbrake is on, right? So this is metabolically very costly on the body. So we're going to talk more about this as we go through it, which leads me to these 4 forces. And again, this we could talk about it for 4 years. So I'm going to, hit the most important pieces of this puzzle. The first of which is patriarchy. Again, we can spend the rest of the time on just this one slide, but let's explore this. So patriarchy isn't just about men having power over women, but it's a complex system that's upheld by these things. The internal colonialism that we all carry, South Asian bodies, the rest is for the weak. Religion-based structures where people and institutions are framing women's bodies itself as inherently sinful, as opposed to men's thoughts that are prone to sin because of the women, and the way that we come into relationship with our bodies being the body is temporary, soul is permanent, that sort of thing, and all of these stories inherently are not good or bad, but there's a lot of exploration to be done on how this affects the way we come into being and the way we relate to our own body and be present in the body. And then you have capitalism equating self-worth with net worth. And, that GDP is progress. And that's the singular measure by which we determine progress itself. And then a lot of times what happens is women become the torchbearers of patriarchy, and men also being trapped by impossible standards and hence seeking disconnection and power at all costs or seeking disconnection and numbing and more. And then you have, the geopolitical structures demanding that we justify our very existence. This is the context in which we are situating our bodies, and this is the starting of how we build nervous system pattern and stories around this. So some of the ways in which it shows up for us is beauty standards, Eurocentric expectation, disembodied, commoditized ways in which we look at ourselves. Achievement is safety. We had to be 3x better than our male cousins to be afforded the same opportunities sometimes. And the emotional labor expectations, being the nice girl, being people pleasing, and the real struggle between work being its own reward that we're told in our spiritual practices and cultural stories. So, a lot of times we have no problems being the subject matter experts, the reliable one, the work mom, sometimes the work elder sister, and we accelerate quickly to senior roles. But then there is that cusp between, needing to find a seat at that table and move from being reliable to more strategic because of these, internalized stories. But in the body, it shows up as, tummy troubles before a big conflict. That's the dorsal vagal. It's all under the diaphragm, before big, conflict-driven conversations. It shows up as replaying difficult conversations, maybe at dinner, sometimes mouthing what you should have said or done. It's constantly either ruminating about the past or anxiety about the future, but not being in the moment. Sometimes driving a car gets really hard after big events like, big stint in a toxic workplace, grief, loss, etc., resistance to pleasure, shallow breathing, tight jaw, chronic tension, migraine, digestive issues, sleep disturbances that somehow worsen during, performance reviews, family gatherings, sometimes even booking the India trip, right? But these are not psychological responses. They are physiological responses. And that's the key, takeaway here. The second and third force we're going to do together, and this is what I call the feminism attachment tug. In fact, I would love to run, and am I a bad feminist session if we had the time. But feminism rightly fights for women's equal participation. It saved our asses. It got us educated and out of overt gender oppression, out of India. And that's great. And what happens is, in its modern expression, it sometimes devalues caregiving and connection, precisely what early attachment neuroscience show us that we need. This creates a big conflict, especially for parents or those who are considering parenthood, because, for us immigrant women, we're navigating between connected parenting aspirations like co-sleeping or breastfeeding or a more attuned, start to life if we become parents, or if we're in the process of, considering that. But this becomes really intense. The issue is very fraught here. This is what I call the valley of patriarchy. It happens around the reproductive phase in a marriage, where specifically the woman feels let down by the system, right? Because systemically it prioritizes profits over people. So you're not supported enough time off to bond or heal, but you also don't have the traditional village, and therefore we do our best, and we have parents on call who are probably older, also having to do it without their support, there's a lot of resentment, right? And, marriages that get over this value of patriarchy come out on the other end very strong. But unfortunately, it takes a big toll on, both partners and children. And there's a lot of functional freeze type marriages where there is good enough parenting roles, but a resignation, major loss of attachment needs, and we get stuck in situations, type of marriages that we swore we'd never, get into. And so what is it really like, right? So it, the career versus caregiving, right, where we're celebrated for our professional achievements, judged for choosing, extended maternity leave. This is a no-win situation. It triggers a lot of shame, but we also buy into systemic devaluing of caregiving roles and internally sort of harass ourselves to work twice as hard as the men we hired to prove to the world, to ourselves, our mother-in-law, that we still got it after maternity breaks. But even sometimes when the cost is too much, or we are in toxic workplaces, or would rather be present with young ones, we're constantly comparing ourselves in both angles and coming up short on both ends. Even when we have supportive partners who would love to support us, sometimes we feel like a burden and don't want handouts, and shift into deep shame spirals sometimes when we then get dysregulated at the children, or we see terror on their faces. But let's explore the chemistry behind this, specifically in the body. So when we're navigating pregnancy, birth, and early childhood as a clinical and a logistical event, it interferes with bonding, because cortisol, adrenaline, the stress hormones that our bodies produce when we're stressed or in a chronic state of stress about visas, fear of losing jobs, conflict with in-laws, the big T stress, it interferes with the production of oxytocin, which is the love hormone, the bonding hormone. We need lots of it for conception. We need lots of it for birth to start and progress naturally. We need tons during breastfeeding. And now the issue is, when the system has all this adrenaline, oxytocin's not getting produced. And then we feel disconnected in those key inflection points in life when we need these oxytocin floods. This makes quite a few of our years very traumatic, isolated, lonely. Sometimes we have the COVID pregnancy where there is, extra added isolation. And this leads to resentment, lots of confidence, what's the point type questions. Okay, so that's that bit. And then we're going to do immigration now, and I'll bring it all together. One of the big, profound biochemical and psychological events that impacts our nervous system directly is immigration. So we don't just change locations, we alter our entire physiological ecosystem, from light exposure to social connections to food and gut and our microbial world. So, we think of ourselves as humans with a little bit of bacteria or, whatever gut, microbes, but we have 3 to 4 times more microbes than we have cells. So we're actually a big blob of, a microbial world that is constantly interacting with the body and the brain and the gut, sometimes even altering genetic, expressions. And this is rarely discussed of how this creates regulation or dysregulation. And a lot of methods, conveniently misdiagnose or reduce the impact of this. Some of the ways in which we experience this is, dark-skinned women experience 4 to 5 times more seasonal affective disorder in northern climates. There are hormonal fluctuations that trigger anxiety, depression, and executive functioning challenges. The disruption in microbiome, dramatic changes in food, temperature, alter the gut-brain axis, affecting mood and much more. And then we have this identity recalibration, the constant code switching between cultural norms, being American at work and Indian at home, or trying to be and, not knowing where we land. And, the system takes a long time to fully relax into that home, setting. Now, this manifests as the dorsal vagal collapse, seasonal energy crashes, sometimes chronic inflammation over a period of time, because the cost of living in this sort of low-grade stress over a period of time can really compound and add to the allostatic load, which is the cost of doing business, cost of showing up. Cognitive patterns, tell me if this is relatable. Procrastination followed by a last-minute hyperfocus and just knocking it out of the ballpark. This works for us for a long time, and then we get older, and then we get hormonal changes if we're going through pregnancy, etc. Then we think it's brain fog due to motherhood. But actually what it is hypothalamus pituitary adrenal and the axis that produces the stress hormones, recruiting that to finish tasks, while that was only meant to be recruited for emergency situations, like there is a lion and I need to escape, right? Like life or death situations. So it is the body's emergency circuitry and recruiting that for day-to-day functions to get a project done and turned in on time is highly costly metabolically. So then our endocrine systems get short, and then it shows up as metabolic issues with, diabetes, like, all kinds of ways in which our system goes out of whack. So, I mean, and sometimes these patterns are misdiagnosed with ADHD, depression, or anxiety, when they're actually very specific patterns of nervous system dysregulation. Now, the good news is that our brains and our biology is neuroplastic, which means that they can be rewired at any age. So I'll start with hope, right? Now, there are 3 myths about what works or what doesn't. So one is more is more. So the more that we do, the faster or the bigger changes that we see. And that's not true when it comes to the nervous system. We need precise, nuanced ways in which we work. The second thing is that fast is good and slow is bad. And again, when it comes to pacing, it's very important to work with a pace that feels good, where there is just enough challenge that the patterns are rewired, but not so much that the system shuts down and goes into stress production mode. The third and the most important thing is that time heals everything, and everybody has a little trauma, everybody has a little stress. That's not what I'm talking about, right? So, unfortunately, neurons that wire together fire together. And then when we replay these big, memories and stuckness and dysregulation episodes over and over again, those trauma patterns get stronger. So, The core takeaway here is that I love all of these practices. I do all of these practices. I have done them from time to time, but I'm going to talk very specifically about why popular wellness practices that, apps, Google, YouTube, really don't serve fast-paced nervous systems effectively, because these are very valuable tools. However, when we're in this chronic state of dysregulation, there is an internal alarm that's saying danger, danger, danger. I have to be hyper vigilant or else. Okay. When we do that, then sometimes the meditation aids the freeze responses, like, okay, there's 30 tabs open in my head, and what do I do about this? Right. And again, I love all of these. I've done all of these at various points in life, but it's very important to sequence them in the right way. And this is why I think a lot of us struggle with some of these practices, because, again, the journaling, I can't continue it, and then I go down shame spirals. The gratitude thing, again, for fawn or a peace-based nervous systems, that is a big part of the South Asian immigrant woman's nervous system response. It sometimes exacerbates that fawn response. Mindfulness, again, with safety, amazing. Without safety and co-regulation there, there are parts where we might struggle with. So how do we do this, and what do we do? And so this is my 3-step process on how to shift nervous system patterns and go from being chronically dysregulated and reactive to responsive. And the first step is that we reset the safety detector. So this chronic stress or trauma over a period of time, what it does to our amygdala, which is the safety detector piece, is that it is chronically overactivated, which means that we're not able to stand down. Before we do anything else, it is very important to reset that switch so it reacts appropriately to a threat and stands down. But more importantly, it doesn't get stuck on off, where actual threats don't register as threats on the system, right? So we don't, we have to just rewire that thermostat. And that's what we do as the first step in the work that we do together. We do that with a combination of auditory healing protocols that help the vagus nerve calm down and more. Once we do this, it's then that we can shift deeper patterns of nervous system responses to threat, to trauma healing. Once we do that, we go into wound, because a lot of times we go into looking at power as a 0 or 1 thing. So there's a perpetrator, there's a victim, maybe there's a savior, and then we become very ambivalent about power. And then we're also very scared of being successful, because we think, what if I get abandoned, or what if I become the bad guy, boss, or the sass, the proverbial, sass. Right? So a lot of times we struggle with understanding how much power is enough in our body. And then we're moving between, I don't want to be the doormat, but I don't want to be the difficult girl boss either. And then I'm finding myself in all of these from a cognitive perspective. However, my body is so used to either collapsing and appeasing, right? Or yelling and, being dysregulated, right? So when we shift, what happens is that we're able to hold enoughness of power without having to go into these dichotomies and binaries. Once we do that, we have power, presence, and pleasure. This is another way to look at it. The same 3 steps, but just laid out in this way, because once we do that, you see shifts in all areas of your life. All right. And, I'm putting this out here because, Yeah, I think a lot of us come into it with when there is some life event or trigger, we do some self-reflection, some dots start connecting. And if you're anything like me, become a personal growth enthusiast. And we know all the theory, we've listened to all the podcasts, all the books, we've sought help here and there. And then we go into trying self-coaching or therapy of some kind. And while that might, a client beautifully described it as a necessary but not sufficient condition. And then they're like, okay, now I really need to go deep and go into the root of it. So this is a phase where a lot of clients come to me for the work. What does the transformation look like? I just want to play 2 less than 1 minute clips. Just give me a minute. Let's try this first.
Hi, Sangeeta. I think you would have to stop sharing and start sharing with sound for us to hear the clip.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try and do that. Okay, let me do that.
There's like a small option on Zoom to share with sound.
Yeah, that okay. That is on. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Okay, let's try this now.
You're feeling, what does it look like?
It's
And for me, it was very
Hear it?
we can't. No, I mean
Yeah.
the voice is really, really blurred. So we can't
Okay.
Sounding a little glitchy.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you'd like, you can send me the link and I can take over the screen share and play it. How about that?
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Let me now share.
Okay, I'm gonna try to play
Yeah,
it.
there are two less than 1 minute clips.
Yep. Okay. So I'm gonna share my screen and try to play it. Let me know if the voice is blurred. Feel free to interrupt me directly and say you can't hear it. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, let me try to present it.
you sort of gave
Is the voice clear?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay.
the assignment of what does the color look like? Like if you were to paint, what you're feeling, what does it look like? And for me, it was very rewarding to reconnect with hope, the feeling of hope and feeling hopeful, because when I started this, I was numb. I did not have hope. And that was very it was just beautiful to feel. It was I think you asked me what color does it feel like. It feels yellow, it feels bright, it feels like the yellows and the oranges of the fall leaves, and that hope is beautiful to reconnect with.
Amazing. I guess there's one more slide.
Thank you. This is okay, I think. I can. Yeah, there's a couple more slides. Do you just want to drive? And then I'll take questions.
Sure. Let me wait. Did I get out of the presenter mode? Okay. I can drive. You can continue speaking.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Yeah. So I think one of the most important truths that I want you to take away from today is that trauma steals time, this chronic dysregulation, right? So the greatest cause isn't the symptoms themselves, but looking 10 to 20 years later, wondering where time, or, hey, I might have made different choices, and that's thing. No, it was gold for your grandmother, it was education and maybe a job for your mother. Maybe it was a career, Ivy League degrees, a Tesla or two for you. But the best gift we can give our future generation is a well-regulated nervous system and a childhood they don't have to heal from. That's their unfair advantage. That's your unfair advantage. And, you know, um, that's kind of the core. Next slide. And if this resonates with you and you like support in transforming these patterns, let's explore. I have something called the Unfair Advantage Club. This is my comprehensive program that addresses all four forces and more through a lot of personalized coaching, assessments, and neuroscience-based, step-by-step, logical, I can see and quantify my changes kind of support with a very small community of support and group aspects as well. And, designed specifically for the South Asian women's nervous system. Next slide. Thank you for joining me today. You can find more resources on my website. You can connect with me on social media. I have a free course that introduces some of the basic practices that I mentioned today. Just remember, your nervous system is worthy of care, not because you're broken, but because you deserve to thrive as opposed to just surviving. So yeah, I look forward to connecting with you and supporting you on your journey.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta. I think the last sentence you mentioned, not just because we all want to survive, but thrive. That's kind of like the whole concept of Vahati, and also the theme for this conference, right? We all say that we step forward towards a thriving journey as an immigrant in US. We'll also include these resources and the link to your website, Sangeeta, in our newsletter. And lastly, we have a few questions coming in, so we want to make sure, let's take a few minutes. So the first question is from Subhashini, where she's asking, could we share a few practical tools which we can use for the getting out of these longer periods of stress, chronic stress, impacting our body?
Yes.
Or for identifying it.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was thinking about, doing something experiential here. I didn't know if we'd have the time or not, but okay. The key thing that shifts this for a lot of us is to differentiate the state from the story. What I mean by that is, when we start this work, like I said, we're very neck up, right? Intellectual. If you ask me to describe my feeling, I can do that. But, what do you feel in the body and how do you feel in the body can be a very alien place for many of us. And so the key here is not to go all in and try and be in the body at all times. That should never be the goal of trauma healing. However, what we can do is microdose small moments of noticing what happens in the body. So maybe we can let's do a very quick 2-minute, and this I would do in an elaborate way in a personal session, but just for time's sake, right? Let's do something here. You all can follow it along with me, right? Imagine you're driving to the beach in a car. Everything you want to do for that day is already taken care of. Maybe you have loved ones in the car. Maybe it's just you and you're enjoying this. Favorite music, bright, windy, you're just looking forward to an amazing day together in the beach, whether by yourself or with loved ones. Check in with what happens in the body when you're in this state, when everything else has been taken care of. Maybe the breathing, maybe the heartbeat, feet, hands. Yeah, just making some mental notes here. Now, just as you're pulling in, this something that comes, a truck that comes from the opposite side, and they almost hit you. Take some time and notice what happens in the body. Is it like shifts in your hand, feet, maybe sweaty palms, heartbeat, maybe numbness? Yeah. And then maybe, the person gets off and they shout at you like it's your fault. Just for a little bit, just track what's happening here. And now imagine, your partner, loved one, friend comes to you, and suddenly there's a police officer on scene, and they say, hey, that's not your fault. Why did you drive like that? Takes care of the situation. Checks in with you if you're okay, or if you need a minute, or you need some water. Check what that empathy feels like in your body. And let's spend some time here. Feet, hips, spine, jaw. Yeah. Now imagine going to the beach and having a really calm, rested day. Okay. The reason I did this very short exercise is because what we did was we started in ventral vagal, safety. Then we added a threat, the fight flight. Sometimes some of us were activated and, heart rate, dry mouth, the metabolism stops because everything is gone to the extremities because the body thinks, let's fight. Some of us went straight down to that handbrake numbness, and that's fine. And then we added another layer of threat, right? Track what happened in there. Then we brought safety in the form of a loved one, police officer, something that rectified the situation, and then tracking that journey up the ladder to safety again. And tracking really what happened in the body. So in the chat, quickly tell me what was that like for you in terms of sensations?
Folks, feel free to turn on your audio if you like.
Yeah.
I can share real quick. We've had similar discussions in the past events with Vahati as well. And the wave of those feelings goes like, hey, there is an ocean breeze. Then there is a sudden shock. There's a jerk. And the body feels very stiff all of a sudden. Then there is numbness, like followed by that. And not much cognition at that point. That's kind of like the first half of the story. And the part where you mentioned someone checking in on you with empathy goes kind of like trying to come back to normal. That part and the timing to come back to normal varies between individuals, and the jerk that just happened before that.
Exactly. That's why I said it's a very, very abbreviated version, right? So when we're working one-on-one, we would track that sensory motor response very, very slowly, and help the body complete what it couldn't do. For example, press the brake, or, if there's a physical act that it needed to complete, then we would sequence it differently. But this is just the reason I wanted to do this exercise really quickly is because a lot of times it's about really getting in touch with what's happening this is one of the things, not the whole thing, but the main thing is differentiating between the state and the story. Because when I'm in the fight flight, the telltale sign of fight flight, again, if there's one thing you're taking away from today, is whenever you feel like you're out of time and out of options, that's your sympathetic fight and flight state. So imagine already being chronically dysregulated and in a fight or flight state and approaching problem solving or connection or whatever it is. There's a flavor of, I'm running out of choices, I'm running out of options. And then when you're in the dorsal, the numbness, it feels like connection doesn't even exist. Not that connection is dangerous, but, they don't exist. It's a flavor of invisibility. I'm going to immobilize to stay safe. That numbness that I talked, the 3 S's, right? Reaching for sugar, there's the biochem, there's a high and then there's a low, right? So there's a numbing effect to that. And then the scrolling, the mindless consumption, and those things are a flavor of, the system being in that handbrake state, And then so once we befriend this biology, make friends with it, we're able to work with that, in a very kind of simple, practical way, because then, we have options suddenly. And then that, we can separate the state from the story that we tell ourselves, like, oh, this is so bad, and it's all going to be a mess, and what's the point, and all of that. Cool.
Anyone else want to share their experiences? If not, we have one more question that I would really, really like to go with. It's a question from Nupur. Step 2 in the journey is self-reflection. What specific tools or methods do you recommend for fostering meaningful self-reflection, particularly for those who may find it challenging, as it can lead to resurfacing of overwhelming emotions? Absolutely. Yeah, like it's painful to,
Oh, yes.
right?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. Self-reflection for shame-dominant nervous system. I'll say, see, a lot of us grew up in households, and I think this is also globally, where sometimes the only allowed emotion was anger. Everything else, it was very hard for us to stay with discomfort, especially shame. So then we would run away from it and then either make ourselves really big and therefore not experience it, or really small and helpless where it's all our fault, right? So then that's a beautiful question. So self-reflection, and so again, we're not aiming for accuracy here necessarily, right? But it's just about a start of the journey of, hold on a second, I reacted this way, and am I just playing back what was familiar, or did that come from a more intentional place, etc.? And not, again, I wouldn't go for accuracy here, right? And then also, if we have a very critical parts to us, and we are perfectionists and we blame ourselves and hold us up to impossibly high standards. And so when we do that, self-reflection also becomes a performance sport, right? We sort of almost go into this endless, self-awareness for self-awareness sake almost, right? And then that gets in the way of, living life. But that's a beautiful question as to how do I do that? I don't think there's a right or wrong way to do it, as much as just having a filter. Don't go for accuracy is what I'm saying, right? Because if we have a bias towards being very hard on ourselves, or have a bias towards, blaming externals, then the self-reflection is really not going to, and it doesn't matter, right? But I think don't go for accuracy. This is more of a curiosity. I would approach it with just curiosity. It's like, hey, I'm curious about this. This is my behavior, or this is my, viewpoint or action. And I'm just going to be very curious about why, and then see what happens.
Yeah. One of the things that, so me not being a psychologist, but just knowing what that resurfacing of overwhelming emotions can feel like, especially when going through some of these situations where you almost feel like it's a fight or flight situation. Even in reality, it's not, but the body feels that way. From my personal experiences, it has never helped doing a self-reflection in that moment. It's just that is a waste of time, and it's actually harmful. It needs to settle down for some time in your mind and like come out of that initial shock. And then go with that curiosity that you mentioned, Sangeeta. And sometimes I also do it with the closest of my trusted friends who I know can be my sounding board. So the bias can be, slightly taken away from, who are not going to exactly like sympathize immediately, saying everything you say is right. But at the same time, they empathize enough to know where I come from. I think that has
Yeah.
helped. Yeah.
That's the co-regulation piece, right? The connection and co-regulation. That's one of the best ways for us, quickest ways to come back to safety when we have it. And when we don't, exactly what you said, that self-reflection piece is executive function. That's our brain, the front brain. And that's the first thing that goes offline when safety is, when we're in fight, flight, or freeze. Now we're at the mercy, we're hijacked. Remember the amygdala, the safety detector that's saying danger, danger, danger. So the thinking brain has gone offline. Now we're at the mercy of more primitive systems, right? So the work is not done then. This is why I'll just answer this one question, which kind of really feeds into this. Pratyusha, your question about, I know this cognitively, but I'm not able to put it in practice when the triggers happen. Yes, because the amygdala is hijacked, and then you can't really go into your tool library and get the right thing there. So the work is not done at that point. So when we do nervous system regulation, first thing that happens is after you've had a dysregulation episode, that brain comes in and you're reflecting. Then slowly you're catching yourself in the middle of it. And then very slowly you're catching the start of it. And then you're catching the one before the start of it, because you know that the body is accelerating or decelerating now. Then the pause between the stimulus and the response organically happens, right? You're not counting down or forcing it. And then you're able to respond instead of react. And so that's how the work works. It's very organic. It's not cognitive, because you can't go into your script library because that's offline now. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. And I want to take one last question, folks. Before we wrap up the session today, I want to let everyone know that we are going to conduct more sessions with Sangeeta in future. And for those of you who are interested in diving deeper and the amazing topics she has to offer, like today she had a very limited time, and the amount of expertise you shared with me over the call, I feel like there's so much more to uncover. And maybe we can do that in those follow-up workshops. So whoever wants to stay in touch with us for the updates from Vahati, please fill in the quick interest form we have so that you'll keep getting the updates and also when those workshops are happening from our end. We're going to take one more question, and then we have Nancy coming in for mindfulness session. So the last question for Sangeeta. Go ahead, Sangeeta. Yeah.
Is that Deepthi? Deepthi's one?
Deepthi has one question for you. And then Nancy is coming in for the next session with us. Yep.
Got it.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. More is more, fast is better. Do you think starting earlier versus later could be more effective in self-healing? Yeah, now let's say you're unhealthy. Yeah. See, the amazing thing about the brain is that it is neuroplastic, which means that we can heal at any age. Many of us who did not have, like what you're explaining, right? The unhealthy parent, many more of us grew up in chaotic homes, sometimes joint families or joint-ish families where there was power, and so the health, mental health, economic survival, and many more, And so it is very common for a lot of us to find this work later in life. And I don't think earlier, for example, in the context of when I want to raise children, so many of us are in this work or want to be doing this work because we want our children to have a better, social, emotional, mental health start to life, right? So we want to, do better, right? And so I understand it from that context. But, for Deepti's question, absolutely, there's no, age limit for this. I remember working with a 68-year-old, I'll tell the story many times, a 68-year-old woman who carried birth trauma all these years. And, she came in and it was so beautiful. how it changed for her and how she was able to rewire her, or, revector her relationship with adult children and grandchildren, right? And it was just so beautiful to watch. And it's one of the best, stories that I tell. So no, I don't think the age is a factor in that sense.
Deepti, I think you're on mute. If you're saying.
Oh, I said thank you. That was helpful, Sangeeta.
You're
Thank
very
you
welcome.
so much, Sangeeta. It was a pleasure having you today with us. And thank you so much for also fueling to the mission of Vahati. For those of you who don't know, Sangeeta, for those of you who joined us later, Sangeeta is the founder of South Asian Somatics. And with Sangpat, she has been working with folks internationally across the board for this diaspora, helping them as a nervous system regulation coach. And thanks again. It was wonderful learning from your background when we met first, and today when you actually covered so many things in a short amount of time. Looking forward to having more deep dive sessions with you, Sangeeta. Thank you so much.
Lovely to be here. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. And go ahead. So with that being said, we are going to start off with our next session for today with Nancy Perungao. Nancy is a yoga practitioner. I want to confirm real quick before I introduce her. Do we have Nancy on the call?
Yes, she's on the call. So she's joining us as MindBodyZone. So she's joining us from the studio. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Hey, that's super cool. So we have Nancy today from MindBodyZone, a yoga, Pilates, and spa facility. And Nancy is a yoga practitioner since 2005. She transformed personal struggles with chronic pain into a healing vocation, earning certifications in yoga anatomy, silver age yoga, and healing touch. What began as a 200-hour training for self-discovery became a calling to teach adaptive practices for aging communities. She now leads chair and gentle yoga sessions at senior centers, prioritizing breath work and mindful alignment. Her approach champions patience, celebrating incremental progress, and rewriting self-narratives through movement. That's really beautifully put together about celebrating the transformations and also going with healing touches along the way. Thank you, Nancy, for joining us today. And for the next few minutes, Nancy is going to walk us through her yoga practice and also a session along with her. If there are any Q&As, we can take those in the last 5 minutes as well.
Yeah.
With that being said, I will stop sharing my screen. And
I just want to add a quick intro. Yeah, so I think what we wanted to focus on this session is some tools that you can take home with you. So all of us, most of us are in sedentary jobs. We are sitting on the chair most of the time, but we need to be conscious that we should be taking breaks. And during these breaks, what can we do? Like, can we do some stretching? Can we do some from breath work? And Nancy is amazing at this. So I've been going to MindBodyZone for the last year, and all the instructors are amazing. Like Lene founded it, and all the instructors. So Nancy specializes in stretching, so that feels like a deep tissue massage in itself when I attend the session. So yeah, so I think over to you, Nancy.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah, thank you for that nice intro. And this is actually a good segue from the previous session, which I hope that we learned a lot from that. There's a lot of information. So with that, you had also said that we need to like stand up and also move. So let's start with that. So everybody, please stand up and then just start to move. Feel free to close your eyes and then just move organically, right? Move your head, shake your body, move the hips, make circles with the hips. Just do anything to kind of release any of the energy. It's good to just do that. Nobody's looking, nobody cares. Just be you. Spending just a few more moments here. Shake the head, like shake rapidly if you want. And when you've had enough of that, just come to center and find yourself on your seat. Nice. Okay. So we'll start with just some breathing first, but important that when we're sitting down, our spine is erect. So don't sit in the back like this. So more like about 3/4 towards the edge of the chair. The legs at a right angle, and your whole sole of the feet is on the ground. Okay, so you're there. Roll the shoulder up and back. Squeeze the shoulder blades together. Imagine there's a string tied to your head and you're lifting the spine up towards the ceiling. Keep your chin parallel to the floor. And let's close our eyes. And just take a few moments here to go within. Feeling your sit bones grounded. Notice how you feel this morning or afternoon for you guys. Taking a few breaths in and out. Let's do some box breathing. So you want to imagine there's a box in your mind's eye, and you would take an inhalation and bring up to the side of the box as you inhale for 3 or 4 seconds. You hold the breath coming across the box for 3 or 4 seconds. And then as you exhale, you lower down to the side of the box for 3 or 4 seconds. And then completing the box for another 3 or 4 seconds. Let's do that together. Inhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Do that a few more times on your own. Just focusing on how you're breathing. Soften the face. Soften the shoulders. Box breathing releases any of the tension, anxiety, stress that we may have. So it's good to do this at any point when you're feeling stressed. It's good to also do this at night before you go to sleep. Lowers your blood pressure. Do the last round together when you're ready. Inhaling. Holding. Exhale. And holding. Nice. It's coming back to your normal breath. And flutter the eyes open when you're ready. All right. You're still towards the edge of your chair. Let's inhale, circle the arms overhead. Hands meet at the top. Exhale, hands apart. Nice. Twice more. Inhale up. Belly's in. Exhale down. Let's do one more. Inhale up. Big breath in and out. Nice. Keep your hands down on your lap. Roll the shoulder up and back. Squeeze the shoulder blades together. Imagine there's a pencil in between your shoulder blades. So the shoulder heads, you want them pointing to the side and then back a little bit. Not forward, side and back. Okay, inhale here. As you exhale, right ear, right shoulder. Keeping that left shoulder down, stretching the left side of the neck. If you want more, take your right hand to the left ear, but that right elbow points back. Feel free to close your eyes if you want. If you want more, feel free to extend the left arm out to the side, activating the arm. Couple more breaths. Inhale. Soften the face. And as you exhale, maybe the hand goes a little bit more weight to the head, but no, not too much weight here. One more breath. And out. Hover the hand off the ear and point your chin towards that right armpit and lower the hand down to the back of the head. Use the weight of the hand to gently take the stretch deeper. Inhale. And only on the exhalation is when you go a little bit deeper. Exhale. One more breath in and out. Slowly bring both hands down towards your lap. Bring the chin to your chest and gently move the head down. Move the head side to side. Head comes back to center when you're ready. We'll do the other side. Inhale. As you exhale, left ear, left shoulder. First, just notice that stretch on the right side. Make sure that right shoulder is down. And if you want more, left hand to the right ear, left elbow back. A little weight of the hand to the head. And again, just notice how this feels on the right side. If you want more, extending the right arm out, activating the arm. Take another breath. Hovering the hand, chin towards that left armpit, lower the hand behind the head. Just a little weight of your hand to the head to get deeper stretch on the right side of the neck. And slowly release the hands on your lap, bring the chin to the chest. Slow movement, head side to side. Keeping the chin down, inhale. As you exhale, make circles with the head. Use your chin to guide your circles. Go very slowly. Keep the shoulders down. Maybe when the chin goes up towards the ceiling, see if you can bring the chin a little bit higher so you're stretching the throat as well before you lower down to the opposite side. For the reverse direction. Use your breath to guide you. Inhale as you come up. At the top is when you exhale. And bring your chin back up to center, chin parallel to the floor whenever you're ready. Take your time, there is no rush. Nice. Inhale. And exhale out of the mouth. Let's roll our shoulders. Roll the shoulders up towards the ears and back, squeezing the shoulder blades together and then forward. So you're making circles with your shoulder heads. 3 in each direction, forward, up, back, and down. One more, forward, up, back, and down. Nice. Opposite direction, back, up towards the ears, forward, and then down. Couple more. Nice. Okay. All right, let's take the arms out to the overhead. Use your right hand to the left forearm. Reach the left arm up, suck the belly in, and side bend to the right. Make sure that left hip did not leave. So root that left hip down. And imagine that your back is against the wall. So that left shoulder is not coming forward yet, just back. Inhale. As you exhale, maybe you can bring Lower down just a tad more. Noticing that stretch on the left side, but heavy on the left sit bone. And slowly rotate the left shoulder forward, reaching that hand to the upper right-hand corner of the room. Reach. Inhale. And as you exhale, go a little bit deeper. Shoulders relax. Inhale here. And exhale. Slowly come back to center. Release the arms down. Notice the difference between that left side and right. We'll do the opposite. Inhale, both arms up. Left hand, right forearm. Reach the arm up and side bend to the left. Heavy on the right sit bone. Inhale. And on the exhalation, you can go a little bit deeper. One more breath in and out. Slowly start to rotate the right shoulder forward, reaching the hand to the upper left-hand corner of the room. Use your left hand to pull the arm over. Inhale and exhale. One more breath in and out. Now slowly come back to center, release the arms. Nice. We'll do some cat and cow. So when you come to cow, you rotate the shoulders back, send the chest forward, you arch the spine, and your gaze is looking up. As you exhale, chin to the chest, tailbones pointing towards your forehead, round the spine like an angry cat. Round. So you can slide your hands back when you come to cow. Reach up, arch the spine, and come to your cat spine. Really suck the belly in, tailbone towards your forehead. One more round. Inhale. And exhale. Push your heart towards the spine, belly button towards the spine as well. And slowly come back to center. Inhale here. And exhale. All right, let's do a twist. Get your feet together. Squeeze your inner thighs together. Okay, inhale, both arms overhead. And twist over to the right. Keep your knees together. Squeeze the inner thighs together. Twist over to the right. You can bring your left hand to the outside of the thigh, but check your knees. Make sure that left knee did not jet forward. Line them up. Twist. Gaze can be on the back. Just noticing that you're twisting from your waist, not the hips. One more breath in and out. Slowly come back to center. Let's do the other side. Inhale, both arms up. Twisting over to the left. Right arm outside the left. Look back. Twisting from the waist. Check your knees. Make sure that right knee did not check forward. And come back to center. Get your feet back to hip distance wide. Bring the right knee up. Interlace your hands behind the leg. Sit up straight. Make ankle circles. 3 in each direction. Big circles. Nice. Bring the knee a little bit higher. Grab the outside of the ankle and take it to the opposite leg. Okay. So use your right hand to externally rotate the right thigh. Bring both hands to the hips. Inhale here. And as you exhale, lean forward. So the hands is on the hips to make sure that your hips are lined up. So take the right arm, forearm on top of the thigh to go a little bit deeper. And try to look forward, not down. When we look down, the spine starts to round. So you want to have a straight spine. The body follows the eyes. Flex the foot. Let's take one more breath in. And out, maybe go a little bit deeper. Now slowly come back up. Interlace the hands, the same leg, and straighten the leg down. So you may need to adjust yourself to go a little bit closer to the edge of the chair. The left leg is still straight. His left leg is still at the right angle, and lower the foot down. So hands to the hips, inhale. Hinging from the hips, lower down. Stretching the top of the foot. Take a breath in and out. Now slowly pick up your toes, slide the heel forward so that right leg is straight. The toes are pointing towards you. Inhale, stretching the back of the leg. As you exhale, maybe you go a little bit deeper. Again, look forward, not down. If you want a deeper stretch, with the legs straight, you can bring the right hand on top of the toes to encourage the toes to go towards you. Nice. And slowly bring your hands to the hips and slowly right leg meets left, hands on top of your thighs. Inhale and exhale. Other side, interlace your hands behind the left. Pick it up, ankle circles. Opposite direction. Right hand to the ankle, figure 4 on this side. Right hand, left hand, external rotation of the thigh. Hips are square. And bring your hands to your hips and lower down. If you want, you don't have to go as deep. If you're already feeling it when you're sitting this way, it's you're welcome to stay there. Or you can rest your forearm on top of the thigh to encourage external rotation, to go a little bit deeper. Inhale and exhale. One more breath in and out. Very slowly come up. Extend the leg. Toes are down. Hands to the hips. Inhale. Belly in. Exhale. Fold. Just take 2 more breaths here. In. Keep looking forward. Out. One more in. And out. Very slowly. Toes up. Slide the heel a little bit forward. Toes are pointing towards you. Inhale. As you exhale, lean forward. So if you want to take the left hand on top of the toes, encourage the toes to point towards you for a deeper stretch on the back of the leg, do so. Inhale. The belly's in. Exhale. One more breath in and out. Very slowly. Come back to center. Left foot is right. And find your seat. Just kind of wiggle around. Before we get to we'll do a seated shavasana. So it's more laying down, sitting up, like when we started in the beginning of class. You can bring your imaginary box in front of you and just focus on that. But hands on the lap, palms down or up. Palms down is more for grounding sensation. Palms up is receiving energy from the universe. So legs at a 90-degree angle, shoulders up and back, lengthening to the spine, and eyes are closed. We'll stay here for just a minute, bringing that imaginary box back. Doing your best to stay still. No movement. Being soft. I'll call you back when it's time. Slowly start to bring movement to the hands and the feet. Maybe you make circles with your wrists and your ankles. And maybe the head goes side to side gently and slowly. Keeping your eyes closed, let's inhale, circle the arms up and overhead. Hands meet at the top. Exhale, hands to heart. Press the thumb to the heart. Inhale and exhale. Sending loving kindness to yourself, to ourselves. Tell yourself very quietly, may I be happy. May I be healthy. May I be safe. And may I be at peace. Sending loving kindness to the rest of the world. May all beings be happy. May all beings be healthy. May all beings be safe. And may all beings be at peace. Let's take our hands to our third eye for right, kind, and conscious thoughts. To our lips for right, kind, and conscious words. To each other and especially to ourselves. Hands to heart center for right, kind, conscious deeds and integrity in all that we do. Hands back to the third eye. The light in me recognizes the light in each and every one of you. Thank you for joining our practice. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Namaste. All right. How's everyone? Because at this point, we can open it up to questions if anyone has any.
For me, along with the stretches, just sharing real quick. Along with the stretches we were doing, your voice sounds so soothing. It's very nice to follow it along. Thank you, Nancy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for that feedback.
And Sandhya had told me about you and MindBodyZone early on. Now we actually got to, see you and experience it with you. Thank you. It was beautiful.
It's a beautiful community here. The space is gorgeous. We have the mandala up here. It's just really gorgeous. The teachers are all wonderful. It's about the community. I mean, that's the part that keeps me coming. Everybody is just so friendly and just, I can't say enough of Lene. She's a rock in the studio, and it just, people just gravitates towards her, and we love just coming here. So I hope that you people will take advantage of coming to try out some classes here, because you'll fall in love.
That's great.
Yeah, totally,
Welcome.
heartfully agree. Yeah. Yeah, it's
And
been a great 1 year. Yeah, it's been a great year going to MindBodyZone and knowing all the instructors, and every session has its own advantages. So if you want to do a little bit of strength, go to Pilates or a reformer session. And if you want to do just like plain flexibility and strength training, you could do the yoga. And I think a lot of stretching sessions are really great. So I'm sitting in front of the computer all day long, and I go for one stretching session, I start feeling so great about my body. It feels like a massage that I give myself. So
Yeah, and the stretching classes here is not just what we did today. We have props. We have straps, tennis balls, foam roller, and we make use of all of them, and it's just amazing. You will feel just, if you have some knee pains or some pains, it just works on the fascias, and you just gotta try it. You just gotta come and try it.
yeah, and it's a beautiful community, like Nancy was saying, it's a beautiful community that Lene has created. I've just been there for 1 year, but all the instructors have been associated with it for more than 15 or 20 years now. And yeah, it's amazing just being a part of this community. So you don't just do fitness, you also get a community when you go there.
Absolutely.
And where is the in-person location for MindBodyZone? I know you folks run virtual Zoom sessions as well, right? So it's accessible to everybody. How about the in-person? Can you tell us about the location?
I don't remember the address. So it's in Fremont. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Fremont area. So you could just Google it. It's MindBodyZone, and it's the one it's in Fremont. So there's a big space here for doing our yoga, and then the next room is the reformers. So there's a reformer there, and they actually even have some massage sessions by I forget the guy's name, but there's massages as well. So it's are you trying to get the address?
I just shared it.
Okay, she just shared it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And the schedule, you can look online. They have the schedule. So the Zoom classes are actually really well attended, especially for people who travel or people that are from out of state who's been a student here. And then they move to a different state. And when they've done that, they still continue to take the classes online because, just that community is just very heartwarming.
That's so cool. And Sandhya, do you want to share the offerings from MindBodyZone? They've been gracious to Vahati's community members. And I would love for Sandhya to announce it because you were the one who kind of connected us with MindBodyZone in the first place.
Yeah, of course. So like I was saying, Lene, she is like and Nancy was saying, Lene is like a rock, and she supports, I think, not just this community. She's created this community and many other nonprofit communities here in California, like doing pet rescue and other things over here. And as I told about this particular nonprofit about Vahati, she immediately resonated with it. She is like, okay, this is an immigrant community. They need more help, and she wanted to support in any way she can. And she told about her great grandmother who moved to the US in the first place, and how it took it took generations for people to actually settle down, and how it can be very hard on people to settle down. And yeah, that was something that she did share. And as a token for supporting Mind Body Zone, she's shared like 1 month free classes for anybody who's interested. And I go for these 1 month classes. It's $145 normally, but she's given it for free for 1 month of complimentary classes. And yeah, she's free to share as much as people really want. And as people start joining the Vahati circles or the Vahati membership community, we want to add this as a perk where all of you can join for 1 month of free classes with MindBodyZone. So you have like many options, like we were just talking. You have the yoga option, you have the Pilates option, the yoga stretching option. So, and the timings are very good. So it's like right after work, you can do it. Or if you have some time in the morning, you can also join in the morning around 9 to 10. So there are like few classes in the morning, in the night, and over the weekends. So yeah, so I think it can be like a great addition to your day. And if you're in the Bay Area and if you're able to make it to the classes in person, that would be amazing too. You'll actually get to meet these instructors in person, and the entire community is like super friendly and very accommodating, and you feel very good about yourself every time you go there.
Yeah, that's an amazing offering that Lene gave. So if I were you guys, I'd take advantage of it. I mean, that does not come. It's just she's so generous with that stuff. So it's please take advantage of it. There's a lot of like other classes that Sandy was talking about. So aside from just yoga, right? We said Pilates. There's Yin Yoga, which Angela teaches, and it's really just great, relaxing because it's candlelight. She has it set up. The room is set up beautifully with candles, and the gong as well here she uses. And then there's also like a HIIT class if you more on the workout where you want to perspire. Amanda teaches that. I mean, there's just so many options. So please check the schedule and sign up to at least one class per day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And please thank Renee from us. It's been such a short amount of time that we connected with you, MindBodyZone, and it's been amazing to see the support. Truly grateful. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy.
You're very welcome. Thank you for allowing us to participate.
Thank you.
Namaste.
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 So, with Nancy concluding on the mindfulness session, we want to also move on to the next final 2 sessions for the day. And followed by that, we would have a casual hangout for anyone who has more questions about Vahati, wants to find out more ways to get in touch with us, and so on. The next session we have, and I know folks, we are running slightly over the time today, so just want to recap on the timing right now. Next session we have is with Tejaswini Kumar. She is a senior product marketing manager at Walmart and a career coach. And her session is on personal branding. So real quick, I'm going to share my screen and introduce you, Teju. Then you can take over. How does that sound?
Perfect. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Okay. So actually, I don't need to share my screen since you're already with us. I'm just going to share your intro real quick. So Tejaswini actually decodes personal branding in tech, drawing from her journey from Infosys engineer to Times Square featured leader. She'll share strategies to craft authenticity and build communities via platforms like Exponent and TopMate. Here we learn how to balance differentiation with adaptability, turning certifications, storytelling, and LinkedIn engagement into career-defining momentum. This is a topic many of us hold closely to our hearts, and we haven't had anyone, Teju, before you come to the community and talk specifically about personal branding. And I'm sure like so many of us can learn from this. It doesn't matter the age group, it doesn't matter the walk of life we come from. Personal branding applies to everybody. And we would love to learn it from you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that wonderful intro. And after all that yoga and Pilates sessions, I think I'm prepared to start. All right, let me just quickly share my screen. And because I'm a product marketing girl, a lot of my stuff is on Canva. Let me start presenting. Are you all able to see my screen, hear me? All good?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, perfect. So before I start, just wanted to ask you all this one question, right? So when somebody is discussing about you or talking about you, what's the first thing that comes to their mind about you? Think about it for a moment. Is it your job title? Is it the company that you work for? Or is it some quality of yours that you're known for? Like, are you a good planner? Or you're just a trustworthy person and maybe that quality pops up. Maybe ask 5 of your friends. That would be your first activity for the day, because that, my friends, is personal branding. So with that, let me go into a little bit of intro and why I'm here to talk about personal branding. I'll make this short because already Surabhi was spot on with my intro. So for work, yes, I work as a senior product marketing manager with Walmart, and I'm in charge for launching the One Atlas WMS, which is like the most cutting edge warehouse management system. And essentially, when I'm on site, I function as the on-site journalist. I'm always writing communications to leadership about the different launches that's happening. I also get to work with production and video companies. And we're also flying drones. It's all the cool tech and all the fun stuff, but also, late nights, 2 a.m. at a random warehouse in the middle of nowhere. So it's like the best of both worlds, but also a lot of hard work. So that's what I do for work. And when I'm on site, I'm also collaborating with multiple people because I also train them on the different technologies. But is this what defines me, right? Because outside of work, I love traveling. I've been to like 18 countries. Eating food is like my favorite thing to do. Like I travel 3 hours to go eat a good dosa somewhere in the US. I love creating content on social media. And because I'm such a yapper and a talker, LinkedIn is not the only platform where I, create content. So LinkedIn is where I talk about product marketing, content creation, job search, and all of that. But on Instagram, I talk about food, travel, and I'm just a very creative person. So a lot of that I unleash on Instagram. So if you're not following me, you should go follow me. My page is Life with Teju. And more than everything, what I really love is community building, because I feel like the more you get to know people one on one, the more you have conversations, that's how you start building your personal brand. I'll talk a little bit about it, but the general attitude about personal branding, right? Most people are like, oh, where do I even start? I'm confused. Or they're like, no, man, I'm introverted. I can't do this. Or most other people are like, you're asking me to start talking about my work on LinkedIn? My colleagues are going to be there. What if they judge me? Or like, worst case, what if I get fired for something stupid I say on social media? Or just like attitude about, posting, like, oh, she's so full of herself. Why is she always posting? And many people even think this is so cringe. Like, you're asking me to like start taking videos of myself and posting it online. Why would I do that? In just about one more slide, I'll tell you why being cringe got me so many opportunities, and why putting myself out there or talking about my experiences helped me build my personal brand. Because I'm sharing my screen, I'm not able to see any of you on screen, but could one of you unmute and say if you all are following?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So moving on. I feel like this should be the right attitude. If you are if you all watch Bollywood movies, I think you'll get the first meme and the second one. So you're telling me I have better chances at landing a job doing personal branding? For real. And I'll prove it to you. So the why of building your personal brand, right? First one. Thank you, Surabhi. Just saw your comment. So your name lasts beyond your job titles, and people trust your voice. And to be honest, people trust people, and nobody trusts companies, especially with so many layoffs going on, right? So your words matter, and what you say online matters. And of course, like the career growth that follows, right? So over the last 1 year, we all know how the job market has been. And just because I started posting about what I do, what I learn at work, I even sometimes post about my mistakes and what I learned from them. So all of this kind of builds trust. And recruiters, even in this market, do reach out to me. And there are like some images that I've put on here that proves that this actually happens, right, in this competitive job market. So being cringe has led to such opportunities, and I'm just glad, that it happens. And the perks and the credibility. So more than 100 brands that I've collaborated with. I even got free tickets to important conferences. In fact, I'm currently in Vegas and I'm attending a conference for free. I'm going to be writing about the insights about what I'm going to be learning at that conference, but I'm getting to go there for free, right? So these are perks that you get. And I even got featured on a Times Square billboard, and my parents were here to, watch, and they were there on the screen as well. So it was a very important and happy moment for our family. So such things can start happening for you as well. And if you're wondering, okay, cool, wow, that's amazing, but how do I go ahead and thank you? How do I go ahead and do it, right? Don't worry, I got you. This isn't going to be like, one of those, you have to update your cover title, and like you have to, your cover page on LinkedIn, you have to add your headlines. There are multiple YouTube videos that will teach you that. I'm just, thank you. I'm just going to maybe get you started on how to get there, right? What are the first steps that you got to do? And after that, pardon me? Did somebody say something?
No, go ahead, Teju.
Okay. Good. The step-by-step process. The first one is storyboarding. So first, just think about all the things you've achieved in life, right? I'm not even asking you to go back and think about failure for now, or like what happened. So think about the major highlights of your life and maybe create a storyboard like this one. It doesn't have to be this fancy. I took a lot of time to build this. I love creating things, so I did this. But you can just maybe jot it down on a piece of paper, like right from your childhood until now. Like maybe you won a karate competition, right? You can also have that on your list, right? Start from there, and then basically your graduate degree, what you did. In my case, I was the president of the Entrepreneurs Club of my college, and then I went to Infi where I got some tech base. I learned coding there. Then I started my blog on Instagram. That was very random, right before COVID, and I started posting food recipes, and I started reviewing restaurants there. And then I became a business analyst, and that's where I learned a lot more about like businesses, P&L, top line, bottom line, strategic thinking, and I think I dived a little bit deep into data analysis as well over there. And then COVID happened. I got my admit into UB, but then I had to defer my admit. So during that period, I thought, okay, why don't I experiment with product marketing? Because I knew after my master's, I wanted to be a product manager. And I think I spent 6 months there, but that got me my role today. And I'm very grateful. So you see a lot of success stories here, right? So this is the first step. Just jot down your journey. Like think of your life as a movie and think about the ups and the downs and note down all the ups. Okay, this is step number 1. So we're already going to step number 2. Step number 2 would be, now see, this is a highlight reel of my life, but nobody knows the amount of rejections, emails I got during my phase here, right? Or nobody knows how I hated doing ECE, or the skills I learned during my time while I was building my blog. Nobody taught me. Those were skills I learned on my own, right? Learned content creation. Thank you. Content creation, video editing, so many new skills that I had to pick up on my own. And even here, like during my master's, there was that constant anxiety. As immigrants, we all know that we are on that 60-day period where like you have to find a job, otherwise we have to go back home. There was so much stress, and through that stress I learned and I pushed myself. I would go to the library at 2 a.m. and nobody knows the struggles, right? So the second step would be to write down the struggles, like what really you faced and what you learned from it, and valuable lessons that only you can relate to, because I have not gone through your struggles. You have, and you probably learned, or there was some transformation in you that has led to where you are right now. Or like that period of your life probably taught you so much more than any other period, right? And each of us will have a journey like that, and that makes you so unique. So think of your life as a cinema and just jot down the struggles, right? The third step would be to write down how you overcame them, what new skills you picked up, and find out your secret sauce. So nobody can take away my secret sauce from me. So like that, you will probably have that one thing or maybe 2 things that you're good about that you probably know about than most other people. So you got to figure out what that is. Professionally or, even personally, figure out what is like your superpower. Maybe you're really good at community building. Maybe you're an amazing like communicator, or you are a critical thinker and you love solving people's problems, right? So find that out, and then you'll have to rely on that to build your personal brand. Moving on to step 3. Next, defining your audience. Like in my case, I had to build on both platforms because I have a very informal tone and voice on my Instagram versus when I post on my LinkedIn. I'm very like, I'm not too formal, but like, I go based on my audience. The first thing is you have to find out who are you here for and what are they looking for? Like, what are their pain points, right? Like when I post about product marketing, the audience is totally different on LinkedIn. And I talk about the pain points that I face at work and maybe some skills that I learned to resolve those pain points. Or you can look for examples on my LinkedIn. If you go and check, you'll probably know what I'm talking about. Or maybe a project that I picked up that I'm really passionate about. Sometimes I also ask my network, like, hey, I'm struggling with this. If somebody knows what to do, let me know. Or like reaching out to them is another thing you could do to build community. But you also have to, at this stage, it's very important because you can't just be generic. Then you won't build a brand. You have to niche down. Like, I can talk about a million things under the sun, right? But I have to target the people who are actually interested in what I'm genuinely interested in talking about as well. So that's very important. And then you have to make content that hits. So now that you know them, you have to write or make content that speaks to their goals. So the finding out their pain point is important. Now in the era of AI, I think ChatGPT can easily do it for you. So if you're not starting now, you're missing out. So yeah, just saw your comment there, Surbi. Next is selecting a platform. So I already covered this in the previous slide, but you don't have to limit yourself to Instagram and LinkedIn. There are platforms like Discord and Fight. Recently, I joined Fight, and I've created a product marketing made simple series where I talk about like how I'm breaking this down to you in simple terms, the differences between product marketing and product management, what are the different skills that you need. And I'm trying to build a community full of product marketers there because it's so niche, right? Like on LinkedIn, there are so many professionals, there's businesses, and even if I try to reach the target market, there are so many other people who are watching my content. They're probably thinking, this is kind of useless to me. But on Fide, I've created that community just for product marketers. And I can talk about my ideas there. I can, even if like they're working in different other companies, I can maybe suggest my ideas in making their product marketing pitches go better when they are presenting to management, or helping them out there. So since I'm all about community building, selecting a platform that will help you build a community is really important. So that's what I would also suggest that you do when you start yours. But if you're into if you're going to create content about fitness, food, shopping, something fun, then obviously you can use Instagram and TikTok. If you're going to be talking or like targeting professionals, executives, other businesses, or like say, for example, if the goal that I spoke to you about here, the last point, right? What's your goal? So you'll have to choose what your goal is. And in my case, say, I really wanted to talk about product marketing on social media and connect with other product marketers. But your goal could simply be, I want a promotion at work. Then what are you going to be talking about? Who are you going to be targeting, right? What are their pain points and what are you solving? So that should be the way you look at it to build your personal brand. On Facebook groups, you can also find other niche communities or discussions. And I already spoke to you all about Discord. And even Slack can be used for the same purpose. But getting to my final step, which is step 4, which is the secret sauce, right? So the first thing is being very authentic. So by authentic, I don't mean you have to really put out all your thoughts out there, but to anything that you say, there should be a personal element. Like say you're attending a conference, it should be your insights, what you get from what they are saying. Like they might, like a person or a speaker might talk about a topic of interest, but what are you actually learning from them? How are you able to relate to them? And did that spark your curiosity? Did you go do your research about it? What did you learn from it, right? So if you write a post about that, that's more interesting to me than just reading what somebody spoke about at a particular conference. Or in the case of like product marketing, if I'm solving a pain point of a customer, I would relate it to something that happened to me in my life and why I didn't think of a particular solution and why before and after something happened, I thought about it and I pitched it or something of sorts. So make it relatable. There's a question. I'll definitely come to it. And the second important point here, and this is the main element of my presentation, is giving before you ask. And why I'm saying this is so important is when you're trying to establish a connection with anybody, like first you'll have to see what their pain points are, what they are facing. And yeah, I mean, I understand that you're building the community at some point for you also to like leverage and leverage them. But at the end of the day, how would you make a genuine connection, right? If you are just going to exist and not help anybody. So, and do this from your heart. And this is what I think has really helped me, because when I came here to do my master's, there weren't too many people. Like my seniors were there, yes, but for resume reviews, or mock interviews, preparation, everything I had to do by myself. And I knew how difficult it was. So that's why I started like helping people out on LinkedIn to do the same. And this came from my heart, right? And because of that, I think anybody sees any opportunity somewhere, people I have helped out, my mentees always. Um, did somebody unmute and say something?
Probably. You continue, Teju.
Yeah. So where was I? Yeah. Basically the point is give before you ask, because the more you give, it's just like a universal principle, right? The more you give, you get back without even asking. And I believe in that wholeheartedly, because that's worked out for me. You won't even believe it. Like the more you give, you just exist. You give all you can, you exist, and the universe will just land you opportunities. It's happened to me and it works. And I think that definitely is my secret sauce. And if there's one takeaway that you have to take from here, I think it's this. Anybody who's had a personal brand built, I'm sure gave before they asked. Yeah, I think with that, we've come to the conclusion of our conversation today. I see a lot of questions, so I'm just going to stop sharing.
I can go with the questions, like I can repeat the questions, and Teju, you can answer those. So the first question is from Nupur. How do you track the success of your personal branding efforts on different platforms?
Right. So there are insights, right, that creators, there's like a page full of insights. So say I'm posting 5 reels this month, then I can go and track how many people it actually reached, how many comments, how many shares it got. So if you are looking from a data perspective, that gives me the information, like what do my people actually like watching? Or if somebody's not commenting, they're not reacting to something, then I know that that's not working for me. So in terms of like personal branding, obviously like my entire content, like I create content pillars for both LinkedIn and on Instagram, and I work based off of that. So if something's not working, I constantly have to go in and change my content strategy to see what's fitting in. So that's how I track my personal branding metrics.
That is cool. We have another question. Actually, it's a question from me. So I personally find social media distracting for me. I have never been a social media person up until the point that we actually started this nonprofit initiative. And it was like, oops, how would people actually know that we're doing this, right? Unless we put out the word. And it was very daunting for me, just being candid and honest here. Because the last post I may have posted on Facebook was maybe 6 years ago. I don't know. So, how do you stay focused while posting content, creating content, and engaging with like other media posts and all of that stuff?
Right. And this is a great question, and I think it'll be very useful for anybody, who's willing to or like is starting a brand after this conversation. I think my product marketing experience at Rush Republic really helped me, because it was a digital marketing agency and they taught me how exactly to go about this, right? And I learned that skill from there. Willing to share, but the thing is, it will take a while. So it would be like 5 to 9 after your 9 to 5. So you'll have to spend some time on it. So essentially, every 1 hour after my workday, I dedicate to this, right? Like in my life, because I love meeting people, and I don't see it as a task. It comes naturally to me. But if you're just starting out, that 1 hour should be dedicated totally. Any ideas that come up, jot it down. Now you have ChatGPT, so it's really gonna just make this so much better. So you have to create content pillars for your brand and constantly create content based on your content pillars, maybe run it by AI, ask it to give you the tone and voice. So you get all of that set up, and you'll have to plan your posts as well. So you get easily distracted, obviously, because there are a million reels that are on your feed, and most of the times when I'm posting or like I'm creating content also, I'm always swiping also, right? Like I'm like, oh, this is cool, I need to send this meme to my friend. But that 1 hour is focus time just for this.
Yeah.
So you have to dedicate time, and I think you start off with that. And anybody who's starting on their journey, I'm happy to teach you how I do that. Maybe I can like share my screen and press, and the next time I'm doing something, or that 1 hour which I dedicate, I can actually show you what I do on an everyday basis. if you're interested.
Because I think a lot of people are trying to learn about this. Even Shreya, she's on her journey of creating
Okay.
a
But it's
and
discipline at the end of the day. You do work out, right? You go to the gym. So this is exactly like that.
For folks who are interested, do fill in the stay in touch with Vahati form that I just shared, and do let us know what topic you're interested in. So, for example, Teju came in here today. She's talking about personal branding. Nancy came in here. She talked about mindfulness. So we would love to know what are the interest topics from audience, and then we can go back and collaborate with folks saying that, hey, we have interest from our audience. Please come in, and if you would like to dive deeper, or if you'd like to connect with them offline as well, totally up to you. That's super cool. Thank you, Teju. I think we can
Thank
take
you.
a question. Um, how do you measure? Okay, I'm going to combine two questions. How do you measure the success of a personal brand beyond social media metrics? Um, I'm guessing this question goes from like beyond the metrics itself. No, it's
Yeah,
work. Yeah.
I love that. I love that question. So did you want to combine the next question, or shall I answer this and then we can go to the next one?
Let's answer this because the next question is different.
Okay. Okay. So once you reach a certain amount of followers, or people are starting to reach out to you asking for help, saying, hey, I admire you, like I love the work you're doing, I watched this YouTube podcast of yours, can I set up time with you? How many people are doing that, right? So that definitely is a metric. A second one is, say people are reaching out to you for speaking engagements, they actually think you're a thought leader in the space. So once you start getting that, you would know. And when you walk into a room, if people start recognizing you, that's another way you would know. So beyond social media, I think these are some of the ways you'd probably know that your personal brand is working.
And I think even like you said, right? People reaching out to you is one thing. When they are talking to you, some way or the other form, they've heard about you, they've read your content, and it has resonated with them, right?
Yes,
So the honesty of the conversations also reflects the personal brand doesn't just have to be on social media. It's actually like, you're building it there as a representation, but your personal brand is really like your personal IP in the mind, right?
exactly, right. And as I mentioned in the beginning, what's that one thing that people would think of when they think of you? That is technically your personal brand, and it shouldn't just be tied to your work, in my opinion.
Yeah, oftentimes it's kind of like depending on what is your work or what's your profession. Yes, if the personal brand and what you do in profession are kind of like hand in hand, it's an extension. But at the end of the day, every individual has their brand, right? The profession
Totally.
may or may not. Yeah, cool. Okay, last question. What's your take on for millennial generation, especially when they are not that social as much as Gen Z? I guess it's similar to like my question, but a little different. Um, yeah, I come from millennial generation and I had
Hey,
a
me
similar.
too. You think I'm Gen Z? I'm also millennial, dude.
Okay, that's good to know. I didn't want to ask that, but I was curious. So thanks for clarifying.
I think technically millennials end at 1996.
Yeah, 1996, right here.
Okay, you and
But
you're
thank
at that,
you. Maybe I look younger.
you're at that cusp.
Yes, exactly that cusp. Yeah, totally. I think this question, millennial versus Gen Z, it's more like, I think extroverted versus introvert would be like the right thing, right? Because I don't know, like millennials and Gen Z both, I know millennial creators as well. And this boom started when, what, like 4, 5 years back when, and I think I know so many more millennial creators than Gen Z creators. So I think reframing that question, if it's going to be extroverted versus introverted person, yeah, unfortunately, the space is better for people who are extroverted, who are, willing to share, or like don't think twice before talking. But if you're introverted, it's not like you can't create on social media. It's just you might have to take a tiny bit more of like time, and you should put in a little more effort, but it's possible. And I know so many introverted creators who have more followers than me, who are doing such a fab job. So when you know the perks and when you know what you get out of it, I think that is the real motivation. And we can totally like take this offline. If you're introverted and you're struggling, please reach out to me. I have the right resources for you.
Yeah, and I want to share from my personal experiences because it resonates with me being an I want to say ambivert person. So for a long period of my time, I was an introvert. Even in social settings, I'm like, when can I go back and read my book? When can I, like, what's that corner? Where's the credit room? And
Yeah.
what I came to realize is even today, I do need my solitude and I really enjoy it. I do like my thinking time very, very much. At the same time, when it comes to some of the causes that I care about, like really a lot, given this nonprofit or causes around like helping visually impaired students in the past, things like that. I realized that at that point, my brain was not thinking whether I'm an introvert or extrovert. It's thinking, what's my mission and what do I get out of this?
Exactly.
So it becomes easier because there's not that resistance.
Yeah.
I think that external pull plays a great role. I
Mhm.
can talk for hours and hours about emotional resilience for immigrants, like no restrictions, no time limit, no hesitation. Someone asks me about some fashion choices, I get so awkward because I have no value to contribute to, like I don't know. And yeah, so I think it also depends on what is the cause or what is your why behind. Why do you
Right.
want to build a personal brand, right? When it's clear, it becomes easy.
Exactly. The goal part of it, which I mentioned in my presentation, that is so important. And even if, as you rightly mentioned, Surbi, even if you're introverted, if you are on a mission, you will do it. Like, I know it's a little difficult. Putting yourself out there is not a joke. And no matter how much I stress on it, some people are just going to be like, I can't do it. I'm not doing it. But I get it. I get why, you know.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Teju. It was a very quick, very fun, and very engaging presentation, I must say. Your canvas thing was so beautiful. I'm
Oh, thank you. Made my day. I'd love to stay in touch. People do reach out to me if you're, looking to build your personal brand. And Surbi, Sandhya, everybody who's been a part of this and organizing this. Kudos to all of you. We need communities like these. And I'd love to meet you all in person when I'm in Seattle or California.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Mm.
Absolutely. Thank you so much,
Thank
Teju.
you. Bye.
You. And it was a great this thing. So we were all just coming calm right after the yoga thing, and we had this burst of energy. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Made my day.
Surabhi, can I add one comment? Tejaswini, awesome session, super, super good, positive energy. What I want to add, being a mom, when I'm trying to learn something from social media or how to post on social media, like new platforms, the whatever Gen Z is not a good, like they are not a good teacher, they are like they will kind of, so I feel like you should probably maybe engage with us sometime to show exactly how you do it. You are right at that cusp age where you can understand our pain points and then also connect with the Gen Zs. So would appreciate that.
Sure, you opened my eyes. I didn't even know there was a sector like this.
Oh
But
yeah, of course, yes.
sure, sure. I'd love to connect with you also, Deepti, offline. So please do send me a request
Sounds
and
good.
we'll take it from there.
Yeah,
All
thank you.
right. Thank you, team. It was lovely
Thank
talking
you.
to all of you and amazing questions, by the way. Have a
Thank
good
you.
one.
Have a good Sunday.
Thank you, Teju.
All right. Hey, that was a fun session. I actually really enjoyed not just the presentation, but like the quick back to back, like 3 points Teju had, right? About the goal setting, why we are doing it, and then how do you post it, targeting your niche audience. Something that I've been learning along the way, even with the nonprofit we're doing, because we need to let people know what is it that we do, why do we do it, and I think for a long time, it didn't exist in our nonprofit. It was like one WhatsApp chat where I was posting stuff literally because I was so hesitant to post on social media. I just don't know what to do. And then I realized like if you're trying to get the word out, you have to use some platform, some way or form or shape to let other people know. So I personally found it valuable even from that perspective.
Yeah.
With that, yeah, go ahead, Sandhya.
No, I think, yeah, I'm a social media recluse too, at least for the last 7, 8 years. And
Yeah.
again, when I started posting for Thrive with Vahati, I was like, oh my God, where is the buttons in
Right?
Facebook?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. It's a different skill in itself.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, it was fun. It was fun session. So with that, we are coming to our second last session of the day. We have Garima here with us, who's a relationship coach, and she's going to talk to us about the immigrant journey and the challenges in relationship that come with that. And followed by her session, we will have a casual hangout with Vahati's team for anyone who has any questions about ways to stay in touch with us. What does it mean to be a Vahati Circle member? What is it that Vahati is initiating, starting this conference? Anything like that, please feel free to stay back after Garima's session, and we are happy to answer your questions. All of us with this Vahati orange background back here. We are here as your co-host and host today. And Sandhya, I'd like to give the stage to you to introduce Garima. I'm going to share my screen real quick that talks about Garima, and you can intro Garima to the forum here.
Yeah. Yeah. So Garima has a day job. She's like a learning designer and a content accessibility program lead at AWS, Amazon Web Services. And she's like making technical learning solutions for almost 20,000 global users. And I think this one, a lot of these development and advocating like what is important for people and making sure that it's resonating. She's also doing that in as a personal coach, and she's been like a relationship coach for many people, and especially as this is like a community for South Asian immigrant women, so we all have like certain roots, but also we come here and we face a lot of these visa struggles, and at the same time like a lot of personal milestones that we go through, like getting married, like be or finding getting your partner, like knowing your partner. So there are like a lot of these personal relationships that is also like a part of your journey as you're moving countries. So I think Garima is going to really dive deep into like what are these roots, what are these wings, like how do you find your particular specific identity, and also how you build these personal relationships, like these healthy personal relationships. So a lot of these problems as you immigrate could actually seep into your relationships. So yeah, I think I have personally felt it. How a lot of these immigration hurdles, they come into this and you're so frustrated, and yeah, and I think we are here to hear from Garima as how it is, how we can navigate this as an immigrant woman.
Thank you so much, Sandhya. To confirm real quick, do we have Garima on the call?
Yeah, I have pinned Garima's. Yeah.
Hey.
Hi, Garima. Hey, nice to have you here. And fun fact about how Vahati got connected with Garima in the first place. I want to add that element because it was very unusual and unique to get connected with Garima. So I am part of Amazon as well. I'm a software developer at Amazon. And back when we were starting Vahati, I had this small thought in my head. I was like, hey, I'm at Amazon. There are so many South Asian immigrant women at Amazon. Maybe some of them might find this useful. Like, we should try putting out a word and just see. And I was hesitant, nervous, but also wanting to spread the word around. We are doing something for South Asian expat women here at Bhati. And anyone who resonates with it, like be a participant, be a mentor, anyone who resonates with the cause. I created like a small Slack channel, and I said, let's talk about it. Let's post our events here. And Garima was the first person to say, hey, why are you doing this only in Seattle? This should be, a nationwide thing because we share similar stories. And at that moment, I was like, she's right. Why just Seattle? It is kind of like nationwide. And so many of us navigate different journeys in our own ways. But immigration has its influence on our journeys in different ways. So Garima was the first person and a strong advocate I connected to within Amazon, who I did not have to explain anything when I just said, like, emotional resilience for South Asian immigrant women. She was like, I know what you're talking about. And it was super amazing to get that first encouragement and validation from someone within Amazon, because I had never connected with any Amazonian in that aspect before. It was mostly around work. It was mostly around like the software development aspect. So Garima, I want to extend my personal thanks to you first for jumping in on that ship and openly chatting with me about, your insights and so many valuable things you had to add. And it's an honor to have you here today. And without taking much time from you, I'm gonna give the stage to you now.
Hey, thank you, Surabhi. And I'm so grateful that you did reach out on the Slack channel because I have been wanting to do such a thing for a long time, but with my coaching, my kids, and the job, I've never had a time. So when I saw that you're doing it, I was like, hey, I want to join forces, and I would love to do something like that. So I want to congratulate you on whatever you're doing. Your entire team has done a fantastic job to be able to run a conference. Hybrid conference is an amazing feat. People take years to perfect this. And you guys have, I've been a part of the virtual conference since the morning, and I've been enjoying all the sessions you've put together.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Cool. Hi, everybody. Thanks for the kind introduction, both to Sandhya and Surabhi. I am not going to spend a lot of time initially on my introduction, but I'm going to share my heartfelt story. I'm already telling you, there might be moments you feel triggered. There might be situations and times where you feel, oh my God, she's speaking something wrong or something controversial. Totally okay. Let your emotions be where they are, and just be with me. I want to just show you my journey of how immigration impacted me, what changes it brought in me, and the roller coaster that I went through. So I'll just start sharing without speaking much. I'm okay.
We can see your screen now. 7 days clarity challenge.
Yeah. I want to start with asking a question from everybody. One second. One technical error. Just a second, please.
No worries. And
Here you go.
just a couple of insights for all the folks who are on the call right now. So as we've been saying throughout the day, we have an interest form. You can fill out the form and let us know if you'd like to stay in touch for future events, to hear amazing stories like Garima's, Teju, to be a part of the mindfulness sessions we had this morning, to connect with people from academia, people from different industries, entrepreneurs, every South Asian immigrant woman leader who has um, an ability to share back her insights and wants to connect with us will keep connecting with us. We've seen so much support throughout this conference, just as means of getting that mentorship back to the community. And we are going to continue to scale that up even further nationwide. So please do fill out the interest form. Let us know your interests and topics. And now I think I can give this back to Garima.
I would like for you guys to come along in the journey with me, and just experience my journey, plus think about your journey and reflect back how we are more connected than not connected. I just want to start with the opening question. Have you ever felt like you were in a golden cage, as if you have all the facilities, everything that you need to be successful, everything that the world deems as success? Hey, you are in a foreign country, you're earning US dollars, you have a career, you have good family, you have everything that you want in life. What else can you ask for? And yet you feel so empty inside, so unfulfilled, so unhappy, and so dissatisfied. This was me around 10 years ago. And this is how I felt as a migrant woman when I came to the US. I felt completely lonely, isolated, disconnected, controlled by the environment, completely alienated, and very unhappy. Well, more about it. I'll get back to this, but I want to show you the beginning of my journey, like a flashback story. I want to take you back to my childhood. a childhood where I thought I was a superwoman. I thought everything was possible. I was the princess of the house, youngest of the four siblings, loved, pampered. Um, I had a lot of good friendships. My sisters were like my second parents. They always took care of me. Uh, I was very, very successful in my school and college. I got a great job. I would always ace everything. I felt my life was so beautiful. I was so amazed. I had every award that I possibly ran for. Like people used to literally say, Garima, stop going for competitions because you win them. And I used to be like, I want to achieve everything, like right from dance to music to debates to any kind of challenges. Bring it on, bring on life, and I can conquer anything. I really felt invincible. And I got married to a wonderful engineer. My husband, very handsome guy. I really loved him. And I have two beautiful daughters, Ananya and Arshia. Every beautiful thing that I could ever ask for in life. And I had a beautiful career too. I was a training consultant even back then in India. And what I cherished the most is was the relationship and my career. So these were two most important things in my life, and I valued nothing more. Money was not so important to me. A big house was not important to me. Being close to my family and friends and having a fulfilling career were the more important things for me. But then life happened. We moved out of the country. My husband wanted to pursue his dream job, and we came to the US. Actually, before US, we went to Malaysia, but over a period of time, we moved to US. And I gave up my career. I wanted to be with my kids. I just decided kind of like I did not have a job coming into the US, so I was on dependent visa. And when my husband came here, I was like, okay, it's a temporary phase. I'll find something and I'll be able to settle down. But that didn't happen. When I came to the US, I had a very stark realization as a migrant woman that I am not authorized to work because my husband was on H-1B visa and I was on a dependent visa. What hit hard to me was the feeling of being an alien. You know our legal status, right? When we come to America, I was a dependent alien. Something that hit so hard to me that I was like kind of shattered, as in I felt like I didn't belong to this place. This was not home, and I am an alien. Um, I had no friends, no family, nobody I could call my own. I came to a land where I was a nobody. And every time somebody asked me a question, what brought you to the United States? I would say, I'm following my husband. And it was just a statement at that point. But what really impacted me was if I am following him and I have no purpose in life, then who am I? I am a shadow. Like that's exactly what I had started feeling, that I had no purpose in life. I had no freedom because I was a dependent alien. I could not work, no career, no support system. And there were a lot of stereotypes that I faced when I came in. Slowly but surely, it was taking a toll on me. Uh, it started with just sitting at home, feeling bored, to feeling lonely, to feeling isolated and alienated, feeling super controlled and limited, to a time where I felt like I don't even like the person I see in the mirror anymore because I don't like who that person is. I remember how much problems it created in me. I could not have steady friendships. I lived in California at that time, and I just felt like people looked through me. I would go to my daughter's, get-togethers and school events, and I would just stand there waiting eagerly to make a new friend, and I would just be so disappointed that everybody would be in their groups. Nobody would, even say hello. And maybe it was just me. It was just unfortunate that it happened to me. Even if people said hi, hello, it was very artificial. It was not like I felt included, or I felt like I could have a circle of my own. And it was a big shock, or I would say it was very traumatic for me, because growing up in a culture where we had celebrations every week, people over, friends, family, surrounded by love, to a place where I was a nobody and nobody cared, and trying to call my parents. But due to the time zone differences, you can only talk in the morning or talk in the evening, and the whole day you're just sitting when the kids go to school, wondering what to do with my life. The smartphones were not so smart by then, and social media was not such a big thing by then. But watching TV and passing my time was the only thing that I had, and it was very, very boring, to say the least. Uh, let's generalize my scenario at this point, and talk about the basic challenges that I faced, and I feel not just me, a lot of migrant women face, is social alienation, that you have to literally restart your life. You have no friends and family with people with common interests and understanding, and it takes a long time to create a social circle. You have a cultural alienation as well, because you come from a place where the cultural setup is very different. The dynamics between men and women, the dynamics and the role of a woman is very different. The celebrations are so different. You want to celebrate Diwali and Holi and your Indian festivals, and you don't even have vacations during those days, and you miss family, and those cultural belongingness. There's a lot of challenges in forming new support network, and long distance relationship with family is kind of tough. And if you have aging parents, for example, it also adds to a lot of guilt, I would say. I've had so many people who feel guilty for leaving their aging parents back in India, and uh, they one have to give financial support sometimes to them, which causes strain as well. But at the same time, it causes a lot of guilt in their mind that they're pursuing their goals, but people back home are suffering. There's a lot of different expectations, I would say. Let's talk about financials first. Back in India, you have domestic help, and if you come here on a single income, then it's kind of like your financial status reduces, and then you're also struggling because everything is expensive here. You're earning in dollars, but you're spending in dollars too. And a single income often kind of makes it difficult for you to pursue your passions, get domestic help the way you want, etc. And that expectations and dynamics change a lot. So if you're coming single from, like, if you have come here to study, then handling everything on your own is so tough. Being able to do from A to Z and taking care of your personal health, finances, your house, it's a lot. It's very overwhelming. And even if you're in a family, then the dynamics of how much work there is, and those static roles of society that we've been taught, that women are homemakers and they have to take care of the house, it's very difficult. I've seen and spoken to a lot of married women who find it very, very difficult to manage those expectations, because we live in America, but we want to, and we want to have a lifestyle of America, but we still have those roles from India. We still want to have those elaborate meals home cooked meals, and we still want the role of the mom to be the caring mom, always available. So it's very, very challenging, and it causes a lot of problems in parenting as well, because as a parent, you want to be always present, but you are stretched so thin because of the extra work that the house chores involve. Plus, I would say a lot of factors on cultural upbringing. There's a lot of confusion between where to find that balance. You yourself feel that you are away from your cultural roots, but you want to give those, you want to pass down those cultural uh, nuances and that enrichment to your kids, and there's a lot of juggling on what is the right parenting. You see the parents in United States, and then you know your own, age old parenting back home, and then how do you create a mix? It is a big challenge. I will pause here. I'm actually not able to see the Zoom chat. I would love to hear from everybody what they feel about these challenges, or do they resonate with these challenges, or are there different challenges that they face?
I can quickly go over the chat. Folks, feel free to add your comments as well. I'm gonna read out those to Garima, so she also has that voice from us about how do we feel, what we resonate with. So the social and cultural aspect that you talked about, especially like spot on, Garima. No matter whether you come here as a master student or whether you come here after getting married, right, on that journey, or you come here on a work visa, like everyone goes through this sudden shift altogether and managing everything on their own. And I think, especially when we have moments which are deeply rooted to our culture, like festivals, we go through Diwali, and in Maharashtra we have Ganpati, right? Or the food that reminds us of home, or the cultural ties we have about how we think when we are born and raised in India. Sometimes it causes confusion when you come here. You start questioning a lot of those things, whether it's good or in a challenging way. Absolutely. I think we all feel here. Um, Besides from the actual practical things we have to take care of, which is finances, your immigration, your work, like all of those keeping aside. And I think it adds to that pressure day over day when that starts happening. We have a comment from Lakshmi. The golden cage is what exactly I felt being in H4 for quite some time. And I hear this from so many women we speak with at Vahati. It was new to me because I wasn't aware of all the caveats that H4 visa came with earlier. In my mind, I used to think, oh, if you have that H4 visa, you can do business. And I was so wrong. There are so many nuances in there, which I only started learning about later. But yes, it's like a golden cage for sure.
Yeah, and I think we've spoken about it before. As a spouse of a person on H1B, you can still start working when I-140 gets approved for the primary holder. So there is some hope. Like I waited for 5 years for my authorization to work. So 4 or 5 years I was without a job sitting at home, but I at least had hope. Consider the children of H1B visa holders. First of all, it takes decades to get green card through H1B. And when you have kids who are becoming adults, like in my case, I have an 18-year-old who's in college now and wants to do internship, they can't. They can never get authorization to work. My daughter is going through college with a hope of never being able to work on H4. And it just is so disappointing and limiting at that point. Well, she has to move to F1 visa if she has to work, but then she becomes an international student. But there are so many nuances that impact socially, emotionally. And I do remember my consoling my daughter who was crying, saying, "What's the point of me studying if I can't even work?" And these are the kids who have grown up in America. They are more American than Indian. And it's very challenging because they don't want to go back to the country anymore. This is their home, but their status is alien. Alien is such a trigger word for me. I don't know why people use it on legal status, but it's very limiting.
Garima, I would like to add one point where, even on work visa, sometimes one day you, let's say, do good at your job, you have a very, fulfilling day. And other day you think about visa restrictions or I'm still 50 years away from getting green card, and how I can't do my own kind of, business, or all those limitations, right? You kind of keep going back and forth in those positive and negative emotions so much that ultimately after few years you don't know where you belong, right? I mean, are you happy, or are you, in the,
Exactly.
yeah, so that emotional roller coaster is consistent, actually. We don't realize it on a day-to-day basis, but over 15 years time, the previous session we had, it creates so many psychosomatic, concerns that we are not aware about, right?
100%. Yes,
Yeah.
100%. And especially the environment we are in right now, where every company is firing employees. H1B is the target.
Mm-hmm.
You worked here for 10 years, you established your home, you've raised your kid, and all of a sudden you get a notice that you're no longer needed and you have 2 months to go back to your home country. Like, where is the belongingness? Where are my roots? How
Mm-hmm.
do I establish myself as as a person who has an identity and who wants to just belong? I have spent a decade here. I feel I belong to this country, but how do I get that reciprocal assurance or
Mm-hmm.
that sense of belonging? You're
Mm-hmm.
totally right. Yeah. And um, while all these challenges are very, very relevant and very true, I want to specifically talk about the implications it has. Implication on mental health, physical health, financial health, identity crisis, and disempowerment. And that's the golden cage that I was talking about. For me, in that case, it I was just not lonely and isolated. I felt very, very depressed. It was very real for me that there is. It just felt so isolated for me. And it percolated to my physical health, talking about psychosomatic diseases that you're talking about. I developed thyroid. I had no family history of thyroid, and I developed severe back pain. Severe back pain meaning so limiting that I could not get up from my bed. I could not walk for days and months. And if you really see the psychosomatic reasons for thyroid, for example, it is lack of voice, as in you're not able to articulate what you want to say, and you feel choked and you feel like nobody's listening, my voice doesn't matter. And no matter how educated or fulfilled or flourished I was before coming to this country, it feels like I don't matter. And it was so true for me in that regard. And I developed thyroid, and my doctor very easily told me, hey, you're going to have this thyroid medication for the rest of your life. So it was like a circle of doom for me. Um, Back pain, again, is a psychosomatic disease. I wouldn't say it's a disease, but a condition where if you really see you go and study the psychosomatic reasons, one of the big reasons is lack of support and lack of financial stability. And that's exactly what was happening to me. We went from a earning family to a single earner family, having to do all chores. I felt my standard of living just smashed down. Um, I had no finances. I used to go out to market. People would say, hey, you are earning in dollars. Now you can go and spend. You're so free. You can go to the market and spend money. But I felt so financially dependent that spending $20 on myself for a t-shirt felt like a crime. It felt like I'm taking away from my family's needs. And it just, I had that constant guilt of not earning and not being enough. And it created an identity crisis for me because I had no more purpose. I didn't know. I felt like a shadow, as I just said, and it just felt like I am a nobody and I don't matter. And it was a state of disempowerment. I felt very, very disempowered. And when you have these implications, what I specifically want to talk about is the implications on your relationships. Because when you're so unhappy and you have physical symptoms of hormonal imbalances, right? There's so much of stress and depression going on in your being that you're unregulated, you have hormonal imbalance. It will lead to you being cranky, arguments, conflicts, weakening communication between partners, dwindling emotional intimacy, breaking of trust. I have so many clients who come to me, migrant clients who come to me and say, "Hey, I'm so unhappy in my current marriage that I am finding love and happiness outside my marriage," which means infidelity, which means people are cheating on their partners because they're not happy in the house. It leads to a lot of breakups. If you have, I don't remember the exact statistics, but it showed, I feel that when we had pandemic, right, a lot of insecurity was there around jobs and finances and everything, and people lived with each other. I feel that that was a test for relationships. Good relationships became better, bad relationships became worse. And there have been so many cases of breakups. And I would say my clientele for breakups and relationship coaching have increased because most of the conflicts started in pandemic when people were together and they were so frustrated and angry at each other. So breakups and heartaches happen, and patterns of attracting wrong partners. This is something that I want to go in details, and it especially holds true for young women. Let's say my situation was very different when I came with an established marriage with kids, and I had to go through a journey of who am I anymore. But a lot of young girls come to study, come to do jobs. They are very financially independent, but all these challenges that they face in a new country, in a new place, also creates identity conflicts in their minds, and it leads to them not being able to keep and sustain good relationships. They have frequent breakups, especially because of cultural differences, right? Back in India, the expectations are different. And then if they date a person from a different culture, then there are certain differences and you can't find common ground sometimes. But even if you marry or get engaged or are going around with a person with the same culture, it's again a conflict because you have a programming of Indian society, but you're living in America. So it's such a huge difference in the way a man is supposed to work, a woman is supposed to work back there and here, and girls want to have more freedom, whereas sometimes, like I'm just giving an example, a boy expects something out of a girl, and it creates a problem. The young girls are not able to keep their partners. They're having very frequent breakups, and they're getting into a pattern of heartaches and not being able to find a compatible partner. And I want to share a few examples with you of some of my clients. And one of the things that we say is what you do not resolve repeats. And these are the patterns I have noticed in my clients when they come to me for relationship coaching. There has been a pattern of what kind of people they attract. So some of them attract abusive partners who keep it's like you meet new people, you date new people, but they're the same person in the background. They're just they make you feel miserable, they make you feel less than, they just put you down. And I'll share an example of my client Niti. I want to give a disclaimer here. I'm a relationship coach, and as a part of my coaching, I sign a waiver that I'll never disclose their names unless they want. They agree to, and they give me a testimonial and they give me permissions. So the names that I'm using here are changed. They are not the original people. But I have permission to share their story. So Niti always shared attracted overpowering men who demeaned her, who made her less than always. And she felt like she was not good enough, she was not smart enough, she was not pretty. And it's because of how the men treated her in her life. It was first her boyfriend and then her husband, who literally put that auto programming on for her. Sophia, who attracted broke and abusive men. It was the pattern in her life was so, like, I don't have a word for it. It was such a pertinent pattern that first, she had 3 divorces, by the way. This girl has had 3 divorces, and in all the 3 divorces, she said, I married absolutely normal men, and then they don't want to work anymore, and they just want to sit at the house and abuse me. And I'm providing for the family, I'm bringing the finances in, and then I also hear nonsense. They don't want to work, they don't want to cook, they don't want to do anything. And we were like, that is very strange. We'll have to go deeper. But that's a pattern that she was attracting. Devi was attracting men who could not see her worth, who would not take her for who she was, and she always felt worthless in the company of those men. June attracted men who rejected and abandoned her. And she was in a marriage, but she was always afraid that her husband would dump her. And this pattern continued time and again. Diti, oh my God, this girl literally felt sick to get attention and love. She felt so worthless, but she would get love every time she felt sick. So it was kind of, again, I don't want to go too deep into the patterns because we were talking about the impact, but in my coaching goes into deeper into subconscious programming and a lot of patterns that people face in life. And uh, this particular client was a fantastic human being, but she felt that she was never loved. And to get the love, she that sickness was serving its purpose, so to say, right? That every time she fell sick, she got the love and attention she deserved. So she actually fell sick, and it was not a good situation. And Mid was a person who would attract sick people because she would feel worthy by serving others. She didn't feel that she was worthy in herself, and she would attract a sick mother-in-law, a sick husband, like, and she felt worthy by just being, somebody who can attend to them because then they would be nice to her. Anyhow, these are very deep things. I didn't want to, get into those patterns as such too much. But the fact is, it starts very small. It starts with you feeling, hey, I'm here in this new country, and I have to reestablish myself. I have to find my cultural roots, and it just goes from there to a feeling of not being good enough, to a feeling of stress, depression, physical problems in the relationships, and then attracting wrong kind of men. But I did not intend to share all these to declare a doomsday, because there is hope. There is hope, and the first and most important part is to accept these realities and know that these challenges exist. and also know that opportunities exist. So just like we have so many challenges, there is hope in life. And in my case, like getting back to my story, it started with a big realization. I was extremely disempowered and unhappy. And I was like, I hate this country. I hate my relationship. I want to quit it all and move on. But the realization that I had was, even if I move out of the country or my relationship, I would still carry my disempowered self out of this relationship and the country. And that hit me hard, because no matter where you go, you will carry yourself, right? And this realization helped me dig deeper. And I really started that introspection process. And I was like, you know what? This old programming sucks, and I have to tear it off, and I have to get a new programming for myself. And I started taking charge of myself. I needed to find my voice. Remember, I told you I felt I'm not heard. My voice doesn't matter. So I started to find my voice. I joined a Toastmasters club and I started expressing myself more and more. I found another way of expressing myself and finding my cultural roots. I was a person who loved celebrations, who liked colors, music, dance, fun. So I started teaching Bollywood dance. I did not have friends and community, but through my dance classes, I created a community of fantastic females. Most of my clients were females, anyways, and it used to be like, hey, come once a week, dump your problems, your stress, your work-life imbalances, and just come and spend that time with yourself. I started feeling more and more empowered, started creating, every penny counts, is what they say, right? So every step that I took towards making me happy started helping me. I took a lot of coaching, mentoring. I'm so grateful for all the mentors and coaches who've helped me along the way, because they helped me understand where I was carrying some beliefs and wrong programming, and I was tying myself down. And that was really empowering for me. Fast forward, I want to share my real introduction with you at this point, that I'm working in a fantastic company. I have a very flourishing career. I've spoken at multiple places. I have won awards. But this is the professional and career side of me. I'm financially independent at this point. But more importantly, I'm happy because I've been able to follow my passion. This is the photograph of me when the top right. I won a talent show. I've performed at multiple stages. Even at Amazon, there was a talent show, and I performed at the mega finals. I've made friends from different communities, cultures. And one question that I keep getting asked whenever I share my story is, what happened to your husband? Did you end up leaving him? No, I have maintained my relationship, and I'm happy to say that I'm happy and I have a thriving relationship, and my relationship with my daughters is so precious to me. And I think I've found my roots within a foreign country, and I have found my wings at the same time, where I'm able to ground myself and still reach out and flourish. And now I also help other women through my coaching program called Conscious Connections with Garima. And I did not just call myself a relationship coach, and I called it Conscious Connections because I think the most important connection or relationship is with yourself. And a lot of time we lose that relationship equation in this transition. Coming to a foreign land, you start feeling foreign yourself. You don't know what you want anymore, where you are going, who you are. And that relationship, once established, then has a trickle effect, and it changes every kind of relationship. And that's what I teach to people in my coaching, is those 5 stages of relationship journey, which is, first is awareness, where you are, And a lot of time it is people are just unhappy. They don't know what they're unhappy about. Awareness of where they are, clarity on where they want to go. A lot of time I ask people, what do you want out of life? And they say, I don't know. I don't know what I want. I'm just unhappy. I just want to be happy. But they do not know a definition of what that means for them. So getting that clarity and is so important, because it's like GPS. If you do not know where you are, you don't know where you want to go, then you're stuck. You're stuck to where you are. The very important step is healing and creating a new blueprint, which leads to empowerment. And I will very briefly share all these things in the here. The most important part I would say is finding the root cause, and identifying the root cause of a relationship problem is very tough because it's hidden behind so many layers. As I said, it first is emotional problem, then it becomes a physical problem, financial problem, and then it trickles down to relationships. So you might have fights and you're arguing, you have a power game going on with your partner, and you don't realize. It's often that you have to do a root cause analysis, and you find sometimes that it's because of unmet emotional needs, that a person doesn't feel heard, seen, or understood in a relationship. They could be a trauma. Trauma could be anything, because trauma could be moving to another country and feeling isolated. Trauma could be a divorce. Trauma could be a breakup. It could be a loss of a loved one. It could be like an accident where you start you have problems and you're not able to walk properly, or anything that happens physically and it destroys your self-image. It could even be rooted in the childhood programming and your upbringing. How you were, how sometimes girls are told, don't shine bright, don't be loud, hide your legs, do this, do that. And it really limits you. And oftentimes, what I have seen women do, especially, is they dim their light. Um, and it's a natural thing for them because they don't want to outshine others. They don't want to be too boisterous, so to say. But the deeper I went into, finding root causes, I even figured out that a lot of time it's birth and gestational trauma that can cause problems in relationship. It could be like I had a client who was an accident child, and her parents wanted to abort her, and there was a lot of conflict in the family around her being a girl and being born in the Indian society, and it created a lot of problems in her life throughout her life. She was not even aware of them until we started doing this deep work. And ancestral patterns. I'm not getting too deep into it, but if there are questions, I'll get into these things. I just want to keep them cursory at this point. And archetype distortions. We have a lot of archetypes. A warrior archetype, masculine archetype, queen archetype. And a lot of time there are distortions in those archetypes. For me, I growing up, I had the queen archetype, and I felt like that I can do anything, and this world is my kingdom, and I'm the queen. And then all of a sudden, I felt like a nobody, and I took on my warrior because I was wounded and I wanted to protect myself, and I would fight, and I would just take out my sword and fight with anybody who came in my way. And that led to a lot of problems in my life. I'll not get into emotional root. It's pretty self speaking, like lack of worthiness, belongingness, deserving, that I deserve to spend the $20 on myself. I belong to this foreign country. I'm worthy. I'm smart. I'm beautiful. All these things cause problems. But what do you do for healing? Now, healing could be as simple as having a friend or a community like Vahati, where you can come and hear stories from other women, where you can get cultural support. That matters a lot. it could just be as simple as making friends and reaching out and having common stories, and just feeling like, oh, I belong. I feel heard, and I really want to congratulate the whole entire team of Vahati for the this reason, because I think you're creating a beautiful environment for migrant women to find home, which is super important. But I just wanted to share what healing looks like if with my clients, what we do. I personally use a variety of tools. I use modern coaching techniques, which could involve like just talking, doing journaling, and doing exercises. Um, but I also do something called quantum release therapy. I believe that trauma, once that happens, it goes and houses in your physical body, mental body, and I even say generational bodies, that a mother once wounded passes on that wound to their child, and who passes on to their child. So this quantum release therapy is a fantastic tool. It changed my life. And once you identify the root cause of your problem, it helps you identify the root cause, but it also helps you release those. And I don't know if people can equate. It's very deep and very different, but the closest therapy that you would have heard of is hypnosis. But it's 10 times more powerful than hypnosis, is what I would say. Subconscious reprogramming. When we have a trauma, we create a story, and that story then creates our narrative. And we just have to change that programming, and we do it at a subconscious level. We use neuro-linguistic programming. We use trigger management. If somebody is not willing to go deep into subconscious programming, not get very emotional in the beginning, we just do things like trigger management, where we figure out what triggers you. And if something triggers you, means there is a wound inside you that needs healing. For example, if somebody comes and tells you, "Hey, you put on some weight," if you feel comfortable in your skin, you won't even think about it. But if you're already feeling conscious about your body, that might hit hard, and you'll start thinking about, what dress am I wearing? Should I be wearing that? Oh my God, she said I'm putting on weight, I've become fat, I may be looking ugly, this and that. So if if there is a feeling or insecurity inside you, you'll start feeling it, at which time you do trigger management. And once you heal that trigger, the root cause of that trigger, it would not matter what people say. They would come and say, I'll give you an example. Anything my husband ever suggested to me felt like control to me, earlier, in those earlier days. And he would suggest, say, "Hey, we should do this," and I would say, "Oh, he wants to dictate how I should spend my day. Oh, he wants to dictate because he wants to control me." And it used to hurt me, because I felt powerless, and I felt like he was controlling me, because it used to trigger me like hell, and that used to be a cause of our fights most of the times. But now that I feel empowered, I feel I have the power, I don't need that power struggle. If he gives me a suggestion, I sit and reflect and say, okay, this is what he says. If it applies to me, I do it. If I don't, I give him a rationale and we reason it out. So a lot of things have changed in my relationship because of my healing, and that's what we do. And self-image work, we do archetype reprogramming, which is what I said. I had to tell my warrior to take a step back and let the queen come in front. So we do a lot of archetype work, and we do self-image work. Again, results, I want to just very quickly share. If there are questions, I can go deeper into how we work with this, and that could clarify one of the questions that I see in the chat, which says, how do you know which healing technique is good for you? And that's where, when I said getting to understand the situation is very important, I spend actually 2 whole sessions understanding your situation from your childhood to your entire journey, and figure out through trigger words and through quantum release therapy, what the real cause is. In certain cases, it could be just a simple impact of migration, like I had with my friend. I'll just share these examples. But Sylvia, for example, did not want any commitment, did not want to raise a family, and we figured out her problems were like every time she went close to a male and tried to get physically intimate, she would get a panic attack or she'll have a UTI. And we figured out that her problem was she was molested in her childhood, and she had an abusive father. And every time she tried to come closer to a man, that would create her body would start reacting because that trauma was stored in her body, and then we had to release it. She said that she never had a normal conversation. She could not sit on a dining table with her father ever. But now she is in a very good relationship. She actually lives in Argentina, and she's planning a family with her partner, Sophia, who attracted broke men who would always, give up her, their jobs and not earn money. We figured out her uncle in childhood used to gift her toys and money in exchange of physical favors. So she had promised herself that she would never exchange physical intimacy for money. And she would one day, that was an archetype thing that she was like, I am the warrior. I would be financially free. I would never have to take, favors from men. But it went to such an extreme that she started attracting broke men. Again, very, very deep things. Don't want to get into details at this point, but just wanted to say how things that sound and look very subtle on the surface can go very, very deep. And things like migration and not being able to work, not being able to figure out your identity can really impact and bring up those wounds from childhoods and other situations, and can and create self-worth problem, and then problems in relationships.
It's
I
astounding.
yeah.
It's actually very astounding how on the surface level, the image could look very successful, right? You shared an example of a lady earning for herself and her like household in entirety, she being the breadwinner, and feeling so broke inside, right? Like exactly the opposite. And the harder it gets for an individual to acknowledge it or even like be aware about it, the longer it takes to actually get to a solution, because you might not even realize that it's happening to me on a daily basis, or like it's accumulating over the time until it hits that threshold where a person goes like, no more, like I can't take this is it. And a lot of times, based on the conversations we've had at Vahati or even in general around emotional resilience, those are the points where an individual either leads to a breakdown or a breakthrough, right? Like who you have besides you in that moment is so crucial, or what is your support system, be it therapy, be it coaches, mentors, be it your partners. It is so important, even having that environment around you that supports you in the right direction, because it is hard as it is, and with the wrong environment it can really lead to like harmful results.
Absolutely. And that's why the like you should ask yourself what I am doing. Am I happy doing what I'm doing? Am I doing it for my own fulfillment, or am I doing it to prove myself? Am I the love that I'm giving to somebody, is it because I feel empty and I want their approval in return? Or is it because I'm so happy and loving myself that the love pours out of me and I'm doing something for others just to get the love? No, not to get the love, to just to give the love. It's like selfless love to pets. You're just they're so full of energy, so full of love that all they want is your love, and that's pure form of love, right? There is no expectations involved. So yeah, I would say if you have a problem, if any one of you are having a problem, do not take it lightly. Reach out. Reach out to forums like Vahati, reach out to a therapist, reach out to a coach. Or for all you know, there's nothing, and there's a slight thing, just a course correction can help you. But if there's something deeper, better resolve it. Because you want to find your roots and your wings. A lot of times, what happens for migrant women is they don't feel the feeling of belonging. For example, for 8 years after moving to US, my heart was in US. Every time somebody said, "Where's home?" I would say India. I would not say California. And I had to do conscious efforts to bring my heart back here and feel like this is my place, even though I am called alien. The trigger word, right? Talking about trigger management, it used to trigger me that I am an alien. The word alien used to just make me furious. But now I can talk about it because I have healed myself. I know I belong. I belong here. I have a family here. I have strong foundations and roots. And once you develop those roots, then you can stretch out, you can flourish. The logo of my company actually means a lot to me, and it's exactly representing roots and wings. The colors that you see, the pink and green, actually represents feminine and masculine. And I say, when you are in harmony with your feminine and masculine, when you're completely grounded in who you are, you have found your identity and your purpose, then these petals actually represent wings. Then you can flourish and you can blossom and you can spread love around. This logo is not just a logo, it's the story that I want to tell people. And I wish each one of you here and your families flourish this way, that they feel grounded, they feel deep into the roots, they feel like they belong here, and yet they can flourish, they can have the freedom and happiness to flourish. I'm still an alien, I'm still not on green card. I'm still a person who has the same exact situation where I was 10 years ago, but yet I'm a more fulfilled, happy person, and I wish the same upon all of you.
Thank you, Garima. It is, for one thing, it takes a lot of courage and a lot of vulnerability to share such a deep story of yourself, right, with others. And for second thing, the thing I admire the most is admitting, acknowledging, coming out of it, and then be like, hey, I want to do something about this because this was not okay, right? What happened with me was not okay. And not only that, but I take one step forward and I want to now help others who might be going through a similar story, not even knowing what are the roots of, like, what are the causes of it, but just trying to deal with it on a daily basis. I think I really admire the mission behind the aspect, like behind what nudged you in this direction, and kudos to you for starting that off.
Yeah, I think every woman has a story inside, and I really wish empowerment upon every woman that they can share and influence 10 more women out there. So we create a ripple effect and a revolution of self-love and empowerment. So yay to womanhood.
Oh, absolutely. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to have you with us. And hopefully in future we actually do something in person as well. We would like to bring in mentors, guides like you, and the diverse topics that we cover more in person as well, because it creates like a deeper connection, and it creates a space where people can ask more questions more openly, especially given the topics we touch upon and things we talk about. And it's so amazing to be able to connect even across the coasts. I know you are in Texas and we are like, we are spread across, but the whole concept behind Vahati is you don't have to wait for someone to be nearby your area. Like, there are so many stories that have happened and people are doing something of their own about it. Let's connect everyone through a platform so that knowledge can be shared, and we can uplift each other. And we do have a few questions for you. They're anonymous. If you're okay, I can read it aloud to you.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the first question we have is, as a relationship coach, have you you partly answered it, but I'm still gonna read it. Have you come across situations where the partners were actually a misfit for each other? So like there was healing the relationship was not the end goal. Healing the person and knowing that the relationship is wrong, right? And what was your role as a relationship coach in that case? Um, I'm guessing that the question goes in the sense of like, is it something that you would be able to suggest, or is it something that you'd be able to nudge a person in the direction of thinking?
Actually, I felt that way 10 years ago, that I was not the right fit. Like me and my partner were not the right fit. But I would urge, like, the slide that you saw in the beginning is called a clarity challenge. I actually have an online course, especially for people who are confused, who are trying to make a strategic decision in their life, whether they should leave, or they should quit a relationship, or should they stay. Because and if you really see my statement, I really want to help women who are confused in their relationships. And I say, before you say I quit, do this clarity challenge, because there's so many layers involved and there are so many things that you need to answer, um, that cannot be said in just one statement. Like, I would give you my example. I thought we were totally misfit. I'm an extreme extrovert. He's an extreme introvert. He wants something else in life. I want something else in life. Our dreams are different. Everything about us was absolutely different. And we had so many conflicts, so many problems. And now we accept our differences. Like in our Amazon, it's disagree and commit, right? So I would say, before you even say that we are not fit for each other, I would highly urge that you take that course and go through that journey and answer some key questions to yourself. And if then you feel, yes, staying in this relationship is not worth the time and effort, go ahead and do it. But oftentimes people make decision through emotional wounds. And once you solve those, you get much more clarity.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is something that many mentors have said. It's kind of like in that moment of impulsive reaction, are you able to take a step back and think through clarity? Or is this something that you're doing because just you're just so fed up and can't, right? Like, are you making bad decisions just for the sake of making decision, or are you making decisions from the perspective of what is it that I align with in my life, and why do I feel a certain way right now? I I I think it applies, not just in relationships, even at work when we have conflicts, in social settings when we are with our friends or new acquaintances. I agree with you. It's kind of like having that clarity is super important. And as common sense as it sounds, it's not easy when you're already overwhelmed.
Yeah, and the regret of making a wrong decision is really, really bad. I have a client who had a divorce, has dated multiple men, has not found a single good man, and she says, "I wish I had worked my first relationship out." So the consequences can be damaging. These are permanent, one way door decisions, right? So if you feel, in fact, I would say, Surabhi, if somebody is feeling that way, you remember I offered a gift in the beginning. We can offer to that anonymous person, if they want to talk to me, I would like to offer a free consultation session to see and help them out as much as I can.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much. We have one more question. Does the relationship issue happens because of our situation in US, or is it about in general?
Um, a lot of relationship problems exist in people who are living in India. But I would say I have seen migration per se causes so many problems. And here, although I work with American women, I have worked with women in Argentina and other places. A lot of my clients are migrant women because I understand their situation. So when you work, relationship problems are universal, but I would say I understand the situation of migrant women so well that I have a huge success with them.
Yeah, and I think so based on the hundreds of conversations we've had at Vahati, the way migration plays a role, it's so subtle sometimes and it's so big. Just sharing a couple examples, I shared earlier that I had no idea about the H4 story or the being stuck on a dependent visa. I used to think, hey, they have the freedom of doing their own business because I had seen some realtors in the area who were, doing businesses on their own. And I would feel like, oh, H1B is so restrictive. Until I found out that your partner's I-140 has to be approved. Like there are so many hoops to cross through to get to that stage. And then many of the women who connected with us through Hati mentioned that even their partner had no idea of how long it would take to to that stage, right? So earlier they were optimistic when they got married, maybe a year or two or next year, and then layoffs happen, things happen, fire, people get fired from their job, or when companies like Meta, Google fire people from their job, they have to pause on the immigration processes and stuff. And through that unfortunate situation, now the spouse ends up being in that cage again. Hey, you said it was supposed to be this year, but it's taken me like 4 years and we are still stuck. And it creates such a friction because it's not really a fault of anybody, but it has such a huge impact, right? On the individual that now suddenly feels like my financial freedom is gone. And it's not about money, it's about having that empowerment that is gone. And secondly, through that, it causes like ripple effects on the other partner as well. And it goes beyond control sometimes. And it's as disheartening as it sounds, these are all like real human life necessities, right? The sense of belonging, the sense of feeling like you are empowered, you get to do what you want, you get to earn money. When those basic things are cut off, it has a huge impact. So I think migration adds to the layer of complexities. And the reason it feels so frustrating is because we feel like we have no control over it. You don't get to control when that I-140 is getting approved. You don't get to control when Meta announces layoffs, right? So it feels frustrating, even beyond the things you control. So just wanted to add it for anyone
Yeah.
who's.
No, 100%. And I see a comment in the chat. It says, I hear that the divorce rates in migrants are lesser because they are more codependent in a new country versus in home country where they have alternate support systems. Is this true? 100%. Again, going back to my story, when I wanted to quit the country, quit the relationship, I had 2 kids, right? If I quit the relationship, I was on dependent visa. I had to go back to India, and which would mean that I would lose my kids. That was a situation where I was like, I have no choice. Like that's why the cage, right? That I do not have a choice. I can't leave my kids. I can't leave the country, and I have to stick in this relationship. And that's all because of the migration story. If I was back in India, might have felt more empowered. First of all, I would not lose my job, right? And then I would feel more empowered to make a decision on my own. And in when you have an independent visa, I have seen women become more empowered and they leave relationships just too quickly. That's another extreme. But when you're on a dependent visa, you are in like a dead doom cycle. Like you don't know, you can't go out, you can't stay in, and it just is difficult.
We have one more question. I think it's a general question. With the legal system being the way it is, anyone on the call, feel free to chime in because I think it's a question to the forum here. Did you consider returning to India for good? If yes, what made you persevere? I think Garima already answered that just now. And as tragic as it sounds, this is where the part of people saying, oh, unconditional love in your marriage and stuff. And then the reality of there are so many consequences with the things you don't even know. It hits hard. did anyone else consider like any other parameters for staying in US versus returning to India? And what are your factors, I guess, while you try to make that decision or while you think about it, would be a question I would frame to the forum. I want to share my side of the story. When COVID happened, when I saw my parents being in difficult situations, and when I couldn't do something about it, that was the time when I considered if I should go back to India because that guilt was killing me inside. And at the same time, what I realized at that point was if I'm able to support them, be it remotely or physically, and if I'm able to work with my siblings to make it happen, right? Be it the means of like adding financial stability, just being here by the virtue of the income I earn here. That was one way I found at the time because I felt stuck at the time because I couldn't exactly move back and I couldn't exactly feel happy staying here. So the way I found for myself at the time was trying to help in whichever way financially I could. Doesn't mean that that guilt went away, but it gave me more clarity in the long run about what was important to me, right? Until then, promotions at work maybe were more important to me. And when those moments hit hard, it was very clear to me that, hey, like having that freedom of helping my family the way I wish to or the way I choose to was extremely important to me. And everyone has their own personal non-negotiables in life, right? I think that's what we found out, like we find out. So if anyone has any other parameters you've considered, feel free to share here. I also want to share, Garima, thank you for offering the consultation sessions for Vahati members. So sharing real quick about Garima and her gift to Vahati members here. Garima has graciously offered free coaching session worth $150 for 45 minutes. And I think by now we get a pretty good picture of the situations Garima has been helping with, or like, you know, her clients have been in. So with that being said, you can choose to use this gift certificate if you are a Vahati Circle member. And if you want to find out more about what is it to be a Vahati Circle member, Sandhya or Jane, if you could post the link to stay in touch form with Vahati one more time. Feel free to fill in that form and let us know. Even the coupons we got with MindBodyZone, essentially these are all our partner organizations or partner experts who want to extend their support to the community. And we are offering these benefits to Vahati Circle members starting today. So feel free to reach out, and it's on first come, first serve basis. So whoever wants to take advantage of it, you're welcome to reach out and let us know in the form. You can add more comments about it as well. And with that, I'm going to take 10 minutes to wrap up real quick, ending on a high note again. Thank you, Garima, for a lovely session. And I know we went deep into some topics which might have been kind of like a bit painful to relive for some people, but I hope it brings clarity, you know, as we think through those and also as we think towards getting clarity on our own. I want to share some beautiful moments from yesterday's conference that happened in person in Seattle as well as in California, San Francisco Bay Area. This is a beautiful picture we took at the end of the day, at the end of an 8-hour conference. It was insane having more than 100 people in the room and everybody supportive of each other, having more than 8 guest speakers talking through entrepreneurship, talking through leading in resilience in tech roles, talking through artistic career and artistic journeys, talking about our holistic health and how our ally is inside. How do we self-introspect and come out with the clarity that everyone here has been emphasizing on? And it was amazing to see the support from Asians at Amazon, which is a global affiliate group within Amazon, to actually see their support and be able to host the conference inside an Amazon building. It was amazing. it was also amazing to see the support of our sponsor organizations like RMA Fertility Clinic, We Purpose, Strength Access, MindBodyZone, and more. This is the volunteer and the core team at Vahati that resides in Seattle at the moment. We had lots of fun. There were more than 20 volunteers, Vahati representatives, helping this event a success. And it showed through everything we did. We had such amazing feedback, not just from participants, but even from the guest speakers who attended. They were positively and pleasantly surprised to see the scale of the event we hosted in less than 4 months of starting Bhati. And this entire conference was planned within 45 days, last 45 days. I still cannot believe it. We had a team of 17 people working day and night behind this, all volunteers, all of us. It is still unimaginable to me, but I'm really grateful. So this is the whole volunteer team we had. And these are all our guest speakers from yesterday. They were as happy to share their insights, expertise, and we are grateful to have their support. And for the months to come, for the weeks to come, we continue these chapters and scale them across US. We started with Seattle, and now we are growing in SF Bay Area. Sandhya, thanks to you for starting a chapter in California Bay Area. She's the one holding a poster. And behind her, you see Harshada here. She's also on the call. Harshada and Shreya have beautifully helped us with all the branding and design directions here. And I'm proud to say that everybody at the conference just loved all the designs, including the trophies we created, the posters, the banners. It was just amazingly heartwarming. And I so wished that our entire team could have been there to hear what people had to say about the conference and about everything that went into planning. To hear more about our events and to stay in touch with us, please go to our link tree. I'm going to show you real quick how this would look like when you scan this QR code. It would take you to the link tree over here. I'll also paste it in the chat, by the way. And on the link tree, you see ways to support Vahati. This is a nonprofit initiative, and to continue the initiative, we need to feed in the mission to be able to host events like these, to be able to bring in more and more partner support into the organization. If you wish to support Vahati, please consider donating today. If you want to stay in touch with Vahati for any future events, and if you want to share, your interest in collaborating with us or partnering with us, please reach out. Stay in touch with us. We have a team working in the back end, going through all this, interest and understanding. What is it that our participants find useful? What is it that our partners find useful? And then design the next programs accordingly, because we are still very much a startup and we keep listening to what our participants have to say. And if you want to share feedback for the conference, Thrive with Vahati, please, we would love to hear from you. Please share your feedback. If you want to join the WhatsApp chat room, by the way, this is not for personal conversations at the moment, it's WhatsApp. So I want to just put out a disclaimer here that this is open to people. But this is where we would keep also posting about events for those who would just like WhatsApp, notifications over staying in touch via email. So you can join the chat room as well. And besides that, we have our socials where you can follow us. We always post all our updates on Instagram. And like Teju said earlier, having the branding is important. The whole branding with Vahati really started when we gathered a social media team. We have a team helping us through all of this because I had no idea how do you even spread the word. And I had no idea how do you post about what you're doing. But now that we have, you would see that in the last few weeks, it has been like beautifully put together, the story of Vahati and what we do. So it helps people understand, is this for them? Is this not for them? Like really quick, it is not confusing anymore. And if you wish to connect with me, you can always reach out through LinkedIn. I want to take 2 minutes sharing our entire team here. We talked about it last evening, but it was kind of like running over the time. So I want to reiterate over the entire team. So I'm the founder and executive director, but I'm only the one person who started The Voice Back when it started, it was just two people. It was myself and a product manager in India. His name is Mitesh. He is not with us here today, but he is very much a staunch supporter and a board member at Vahati. We had Kush, who's the HR and recruitment lead, who helped onboard so many people so we could grow to this team, the size it has today. We have Jessica. Jessica is our marketing director. She helped us understand for the initiative we have and for the budget we have, which is very, very low for a nonprofit. How do you put out the word and how do you let people know that you're running this? How do you portray it the right way? We have Sandhya. Sandhya is our program director. All the curated topics you see, all the speakers, all the arrangement with them, all of it was kind of like diligently curated by Sandhya, and we brainstormed on it for so long, and she was so diligent about making every single one of those decisions and updates and thinking backwards from our participants who would join us at the conference. I can't tell you the amount of effort she has put into this. All of the agenda you see on the website is a baby from Sandhya, and all of the amazing mentors and speakers you see joining are all through the connections of Deepti, Sandhya, myself. As and when we were thinking of topics, we were going backwards and thinking, who do we have in our connections today, or who can we reach out to invite them here, right? Thank you, Sandhya, for all your contributions, and also happy to say that she also decided to become a regional ambassador for San Francisco Bay Area, and she's done a wonderful job at starting that first chapter. And I know Harshada.
Finally, so I had to tell Surabhi like what is Bay Area versus what is Santa Clara, and she's finally telling it right.
I know. I was like, isn't San Francisco a different area and Santa Clara a different area? But now I get it. Now I get it. I'm gonna say SF Bay Area.
Yeah.
Uh, But thank you. I can't thank you enough, Sandhya. This is the direction Vahati continues to go in. We are looking at spreading across nationwide, and we want to start more and more chapters like the one you started. And the effort is phenomenal. It's not easy being an ambassador for the area and connecting with partners, connecting with participants, spreading the word out, finding the venue and the logistics, everything that Vahati's ambassador does. Sandhya has done that and then more. I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And it's kind of like, teamwork like this is what makes it grow. Otherwise, one person cannot pull this off at all, especially in the timeline we pulled it off in. I'm absolutely proud of our team. Deepti. Deepti is still on the call as well. Deepti, say hi to people. I can't see anyone's video right now, but I know you are on the call.
Hi everyone.
Deepti is our partner and sponsorship lead. And of course, just like in any startup, the role has one name and people do so much in the back end to make an event a success. Deepti has done so much for Vahati to bring in the right partners, the right sponsorship leads, and diligently kind of like, helped strategize, helped us understand what does it look like when the team needed it the most, when we had no idea, like, how do we drive this? And at the same time, she helped bring about an entire event successful yesterday. She was also there from the start till the end through the whole event. And I can't thank you enough again, Deepti. The selflessness with which you drive all the dynamicity and also the attention to details you've had, where I was like, I had no idea this would even be a problem. And you think through everything. And I was just amazed at like the bigger picture and also the details in the smaller picture at the same time.
We shared a emotional moment towards the end, Surbi and I, and that was because the hard work I've seen throughout. So it was amazing. Hats off to the team and Surbi, thanks again. It's less said and more felt. Gratitude towards you starting this platform to just bring all of us together.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It means a lot. I don't know if we have Himanshi on the call. I want to also thank you, Himanshi, for helping us streamline our operations when, like any other startup, again, we were very chaotic. We still are, but at the same time, we think big, we aim big, and we make it happen. And along the way, people like Himanji, people like Anu. I don't know Anu is on the call, but they are the folks who actually help us stay on track with operations, which is extremely crucial for an event like this. Shruti helped us write beautiful messages. Remember, I said I had no idea how do you put out the word and how do you even like frame it to let other people know, especially being an introvert or an ambivert personality myself. It was very hard for me. It was not a natural skill for me, and she helped me understand, edit, revise through all of that. So thanks to Shruti, Kamna and Anuja have been working day in and day out to put out Vahati stories on any platform, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Facebook, to let people know about what is it that we do and help them make an informed decision of whether people find this useful for their situations. And next up, Ashwini. I don't know, Ashwini, are you on the call? Okay, probably not today. She was our co-host yesterday. So Ashwini also decided to connect with Vahati and start up a regional ambassadorship in Atlanta. We were not able to host an in-person event in Atlanta this time due to time constraints and of course like budget constraints. But having said that, she started spreading the word across all the different groups and helping people understand, like spread awareness about what Vahati does. And she connected very quickly and she said, hey, I resonate with what you are doing. And I myself have been through similar experiences and I love mentoring other people. And she just instantly said, yes, I would love to become an ambassador for Atlanta. Aishwarya has helped us find out the right partner organizations and reach out to them to spread the word about what we do, to find that right resonance. Shreya created all the beautiful graphics for our posts, not only posts like the banners we had, along with Harshada's directions with CP. And I'm so proud to say everybody loved the trophies that were designed and beautifully put together. All the speakers were in love with the trophies. Not just that, it was overall the amount of effort and the amount of organization that went behind this. I'm so proud to say that people weren't expecting it at the first ever conference for such a small startup. And they were really proud about it. And I'm so proud. I feel like just sharing that story across everywhere. And Jane is on the call. Jane, are you still on the call? Say hi to people if you are.
Yes, hi guys.
So Jane is our recent team member, but ever since the day she onboarded, she has been the software development manager. So the website you see here, all the design came from CP as our branding director, creative partner. And Jane has been working to make this design and implementation reality in the back end. And all the updates you see here, all the seamless functionalities, this is contribution from Jane. I want to thank you, Jane, for your help as well over the past few days. I am sure we are missing people here. We have had a staunch supporter of Vahati ever since Friendsgiving last year. Her name is Anu, and she resides in near Seattle, actually, East Side. And she has been leading a lot of tech efforts, or just in general, like providing reviews and helping us improve along the way. She's also tirelessly advocated about Vahati in all her network and beyond. And it's kind of like connections like these and supporters like these who come to Vahati and automatically take on that ownership and spread the word, which is what helped Vahati grow from from like the number of participants of about 2 to having more than 500 signups at this conference in such a short time. We are like a 4-month-old startup right now. Again, I can't thank the team enough. If I missed anyone's name, I apologize because I know there are so many people who made this happen. There was a team of more than 37 people who helped bring this event to life yesterday. And I can't thank everyone enough. Again, if you want to stay in touch with us, if you want to hear about our next events, please fill in the form. Also, as soon as you fill the form, you will be added to our newsletter where we share all our initiatives. The current ones we are running where we do bi-weekly events, not the conference like this one. This was a huge event, But we do bi-weekly events with experts, also with our casual hangouts sometimes. And we are starting to grow across Seattle and California Bay Area now. And the future events we will bring to different regions will also be announced through the newsletter. And if you're interested in collaborating or partnering or starting a chapter in your area, do mention your interest in that interest form. I will personally reach out over the next few days once we wrap up through the conference to have conversations